Okay, good evening, everyone. The date is Tuesday, August 17th. It is 5:05 p.m., and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Coach,
He went off mute and back on, so. He's here.
Well, he's on the dais.
oh, okay. I'll come back to him. Ellison,
Present.
Flores Kale,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Bradshaw. Here. Tobias,
Here.
and Coach.
Stay here.
Stay here.
All right, all members present, we have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. It's now closed. Next up, executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, possible creation of TERS, sludge handling services agreement, Aiken Gump agreement, water tank painting contract, pie in the sky contracts proposal with BGK Architects, Cromwell sidewalk, frontage roads properties, and possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072, property acquisition, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project MBA, Project SUFC, Project Deep Golden, Project Vincier.
Call this meeting to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now, correct, Scott? No other items listed on exec that I'm missing? All right. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. We'll let the tapes roll over, then we'll start our regular meeting. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:02 p.m. It is Tuesday, August 17th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up, would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Coach,
Here.
Ellison, Flores Kale,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Bradshaw,
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, Councilmember Ellison is present, so I'm going to let the record reflect that. I'm just struggling to get into the system. So we have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Yes, I have a question.
Councilor Flores Kale.
I was just curious if the minutes ever got updated regarding the vote we took for the Costco.
It's how I called it out, so it's how I heard it. I don't really know what's accurate or not there, so.
Okay, I was under the impression that you said you were going to watch the video, so.
I did watch the video.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes for City Council Special Meeting July 27th, Special Meeting July 31st, Special Meeting for August 3rd, and the regular meeting on August 3rd as well, of 2021.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a public comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I may have said that twice. Sorry. First up, Melissa Rodriguez.
Good evening. Is this on? Sorry. Hi, my name is Melissa Rodriguez. I'm the executive director. Oh, now I hear myself. I'm the executive director for the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, and I'm here to speak on agenda item 32 that you'll be discussing tonight, which is to create a human services board or commission that council member Ellison has put on the agenda. So just briefly, the Women's Center has been providing direct services to victims of abuse, family violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and child abuse since 1978. We provide free and confidential services to those individuals by providing 24-hour crisis line. We have a hospital response team. We have a emergency shelter, counseling, advocacy, a children's advocacy center, lots of different services that we provide for the community. And previously, we had received funding through the city of Kyle. It's been a couple of years that changed. So just want to give you a little understanding of impact as far as the folks that we're serving. So last year, during the pandemic, we served 2,023 individuals. And of those, 390 were Kyle residents. 123 of those were family violence victims. 66 were victims of sexual assault and abuse. 261 were served through our Children's Advocacy Center, Roxanne's House, and we provided 134 forensic interviews for children when there were allegations of abuse. So just want to support the creation. We know money is tight everywhere, and we definitely are feeling the impact. COVID has definitely had an impact on our services. We are already seeing an increase in services across the board. Our shelter's full. Our Children's Advocacy Center appointments are booked 2 weeks in advance on some occasions, so very busy, and definitely want to have the support of the entire community in our 2-county service area. So thank y'all for your time and for listening to me tonight.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Melissa.
it.
Next up, Jeff Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jeff Thompson, a leader with Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families. I have with me Catherine Wicker this evening, who's our corridor organizer here in Hayes County. You may remember that we have made 2 presentations about Capital Idea before the council. This evening, I'd like to make some comments in support of this council forming a commission on or board for the City of Kyle for the purpose of providing an equitable way of dividing any funds for human services that you may choose to allocate in the future. When we made the presentation for Capital Idea, I could tell that your hearts were all with us. You knew that that is a pretty good idea. You wanted to take care of the human needs, and you just needed a structure in order to do that. Now, I don't know what faith traditions any of you may follow, but in all faith traditions, there's an admonition to care for people who are in need. The Hebrew Scriptures repeatedly call for people, especially the people of God, to care for the widows, for orphans, for the poor, and for the strangers among us. In Matthew 25, Jesus tells his faithful followers that those who feed the hungry, give the thirsty something to eat, or something to drink, welcome the stranger, clothe the naked, visit those who are sick or in prison, are also doing those things for him. Now, I know that often there doesn't logically seem to be enough dollars to meet all the needs of this fast-growing city. But I believe it's important for the people of faith to make decisions with their hearts as well as with their minds. In 47 years of ministry, I have seen time and time again that God blesses individuals, families, churches, and communities who take care of those who are in need. There's always enough money. So please carefully consider, as a step for meeting human needs, the forming of a board or commission of the city of Kyle that would facilitate making fair decisions on where future funds may go. Thank you, and God bless you in your deliberations this evening.
Thank you. Next up, Consuelo Castillo.
Good evening, council members. I'm Consuelo Castillo. Y'all have heard me speak a couple times already before. As a resident of Kyle for the last 12 years, I was pretty intrigued from the last meeting to hear that the city currently, for the last 5 years, has no current plan or intention to support any nonprofit organizations because there is no plan in place. And at this moment, without a plan and commitment, no nonprofit organization can receive any funds. And regardless if this impacts Capital Idea now or in the future, I believe that the city, county, and its residents, would have a great benefit of an investment in its growth, and not just in the growth that we currently see that is growing way out of our hands, but just the growth of our residents as well. These programs that nonprofit organizations don't just affect one individual, but affects many all around. I did a little research, and there's actually 27 residents here in the city of Kyle that have graduated from the Capital Idea and are current alumni. And we all have growing supporting systems with our children and everyone around us. And I would really love, as a resident of Kyle, to see that we continue to start supporting nonprofit organizations. And in your agenda number 32 is the discussions of possible action of implementing a process to create Human Services Board and Commission to review. I really hope that it can get enough councilmen back up for it, because I think it's something that the city needs to see. I love that it's growing really fast, but I want the residents to grow as well with it and to be able to contribute as good residents for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Tracy Shield.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Tracy Shield for the record. A couple of meetings ago, our Director of Library Services brought up an idea for an arts commission. I was very excited, very intrigued, until I saw the backup material for this for tonight. Under the establishment of this and the qualifications, so there will be 7 voting members, 4 ex officio members, and the voting members will be required to demonstrate an expertise or experience in one of the following areas and professional fields: literature, visual arts, graphic arts, plastic arts, and for those who don't know what plastic arts is, because I had to look it up, is anything molded or shaped. But decorative arts, architecture, or urban planning and performing arts. So an expertise or experience. There's nothing that quantifies or qualifies this. This is subjective. Is it somebody who is paid professionally to create art? Or is it somebody who was raised doing ceramics under the tutelage of her mother, who does the most expressive eyes you have ever seen? Is it somebody who loved art throughout high school and goes to art museums all the time and does know the difference between a Monet and a Manet. But, and also, lost my train of thought there, but also loves current artists such as Weiland, Bonnie, and others, and is the aunt of a niece who just graduated from Columbia University as an actress and watched all of her musicals and plays while she was at Georgetown High School. Or, again, that person, would they be then just one of the ex officio members who can voice an opinion but has no vote or say? So I'd like you to think about that and maybe either quantify, qualify, or something that statement. The other thing was one ex officio member shall be a member of the city council and shall serve as liaison between the commission and the city council. No other board or commission has this member. The boards and commissions are supposed to work separate and then make recommendations to the city council, and the city council then comes back with their decision. And I'd like for this committee to be run the same way. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tracy. That's all the citizen comment forms that I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. It is now closed. All right, next up we have two public hearings related to our budget and the tax rate. Agenda item number 5, conduct a public hearing on the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 as amended by City Council on July 31st, totaling approximately $172.6 million for all city funds, including a tax rate of 0.5082 per $100 assessed value, 6% increase in water service rates, no changes in wastewater service rates, no changes in storm drainage fees, 2.51% increase in solid waste service charges, trash collection per contract terms, all other fees, and the addition of 21 new full-time positions for a total of 302 full-time equivalent positions. This item is a public hearing. It's not for council members to discuss, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to agenda item number 6. Conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the proposal to set the city's ad valorem property tax rate at 0.5082 per $100 assessed valuation for tax year 2021. This item has a nice rap sheet that I am required by law to read out. So y'all settle in. This will be nice and fun. This is the first of 2 public hearings scheduled in the city's proposed ad valorem tax rates for tax year 2021, fiscal year 2021-2022. The second public hearing on the city's proposed ad valorem tax rates will be held at 7 p.m. on August 25th, 2021, Kyle City Hall, 100 West Center Street. City's ad valorem tax rates for tax year 2021 are as follows. The no new revenue tax rate, 0.4977 per $100. The voter approval tax rate, 0.5083 per $100, and the proposed tax rate, 0.5082 per $100. The Kyle City Council is scheduled to consider a proposal to set the ad valorem tax rate at 0.5082 per $100 of assessed taxable valuation for tax year 2021. The proposed ad valorem tax rate of 0.5082 per $100 is 0.0119 or 2.3% below the city's current adopted tax rate of 0.5201 per $100. The city's proposed ad valorem tax rate of 0.5082 per $100 is above the no new revenue tax rate of 0.4977 per $100 and below the voter approval tax rate of 0.5083 per $100 for tax year 2021, fiscal year 2021-2022. The Kyle City Council is scheduled to vote on the ad valorem tax rate later this meeting on first reading of city ordinance and on second reading of city ordinance at 7 p.m. on August 25th, 2021. All Kyle taxpayers, residents, and members of the public are invited to attend and express their views at the public hearings and city council meetings scheduled on the city's proposed property tax rates. Thank you for indulging me. If there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the proposed tax rate? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Next up, City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Sellers, City Manager. For the record, tonight I am going to do the City Manager's report a little differently. I'm going to call up individual staff members where their items are displayed, and I think they'll have a little bit more enthusiasm as I've shown in past managers' reports. So with that, the first event is Up and Away, and Paul Phelan, our Library Director.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, I'm Paul Phelan, Director of Library Services. And just to let you all know, this Saturday from 10 to 1 p.m., we do have an event at the library. It's called Up and Away. We'll have a cold inflation of a balloon out there. We'll have quite a few things outside, some refreshments for the kids, of course, and all those sorts of things going on. Have a rock wall for them and some different games. We have modified it, so all of the presentation that was going to be inside, we've moved that outside, and the crafts that we were going to do inside will now be outside as well. So we have modified that to perhaps alleviate or mitigate any problems we might have with the pandemic. So just to let you all know, so I hope to see everybody here.
Paul, just real quick, Paul. Just one question real quick. We're going to make sure we have stations for sanitizing, things like that.
You bet. In fact, we have them at each door right now as is, and we can take those out and put them outside as well. So
That's
you
good.
bet.
Thank you for thinking of that. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Paul. All right, Mariana.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. I'll go ahead and touch on the three we have on City Manager's report tonight. We have our final skate night this Friday at Greg Clark Park from 6 to 8:30. We call it the Back to School Skate Night. So we hope all families come out. It's $1 a person to get in. You can register online in advance or in person when you get there. The next event we have coming up is our final market day of the season. So I'd like to invite you all out on that day. It is a day-long event on Sunday, September 12th. We will have entertainment and vendors starting at 8:30 in the morning, and we last all the way till 7:30 in the evening. It is free and open to the public. It is on a Sunday at Greg Clark Park, and it will be under the Ash Pavilion. It will be our first event at the Ash Pavilion. We have a great lineup this year. We brought back some bands that have performed at the Squeeze Box Market Day in the past. It features accordion music all day long. So we'll start the day with Rebecca Jane, Off the Grid Band, Conjunto Los Pinkies, Christine Valdez, the Conjunto Cats, and then this past year's Tejano Music Awards, Best New Band of the Year, J.R. Gomez and the Conjunto Bandits. So that's on Sunday, September 12th. And then the final item I have is the Founders Day Parade. We're getting ready for that. It is on Saturday, October 9th. The park board meeting on August 30th, the park board will vote on this year's theme for the parade. However, registration for the parade is already open online. So you can start getting those in. And those are my three. Thank you.
Okay. The mayor already read it, so I will not belabor it, but tonight is Budget Workshop 4, and then next week is our final budget workshop. That is next Wednesday, August 25th, in a special council meeting. And then, Chief?
Thanks, sir. Mayor and Council, Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. We want to highlight an accomplishment of one of our civilian employees. We wanted to recognize Sierra Chamberlain. She is a senior records specialist at the police department. She serves as a crime analyst working within our criminal investigation division. She assists them on a day-to-day basis with research for their criminal investigations. She recently attended a multi-week crime analyst training held by the Texas Department of Public Safety. That was 4 weeks long. It was an 8-module course. She was one of 18 students. This is a very prestigious school to attend. In fact, most of the attendees worked directly for the Texas Department of Public Safety. She did a great job. She is bringing that knowledge back. It was a 5-week intensive training program. It was completed this year due to COVID virtually, so that just added to the complexity of her training. She did an outstanding job, and that's just something that she's using to further her service to the Kyle Police Department and the city of Kyle. And thank you all for letting us recognize her publicly because she did a really good job in the class. It's a hard one to get into and a hard one to complete, so we're very proud of her. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end.
Awesome. All right. Next up, agenda item number 8, update on rail siding relocation and overpass.
Good evening, mayors, council members. My name is Carlos Lopez. I'm with HNTB Corporation, and I serve as the Hays County GEC Program Manager, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to give you all a briefing on the Cal Siding and Colors Crossings project. With me tonight is also our Deputy Program Manager, Maria Castanon, who's sitting right behind me, who's also the direct project coordinator for this project. Virtually with us is Tyson Muller and Raquel Espinosa from UP. They'll be available to answer any questions you all may have as well. And last but certainly not least, Hays County Commissioner Precinct 2, Mark Jones, is also here with us tonight. So before talking about the Cal Center siding project, I'd like to give just a quick brief history on this project. This project was submitted for funding by the City of Kyle in 2018 as a result of a Campo program call, and it was selected. And it was selected largely because of its significant operational and safety benefits that it brings to the area. Shortly thereafter, a request was made to have the county directly manage this project for the city, which is what we are doing today. In short, what this project will do is it'll shift the siding that's right outside of us northward, start north of Burleson Street, and then a little bit north of Colder's Crossing. It'll make for a much safer driving environment. So as I mentioned, the project is fully funded. It received $15.2 million in all federal dollars from Campo, and that'll pay for design, construction, and also for any right-of-way acquisition that may be needed. The design is 90% complete at this point. It's being managed by UP directly. The environmental documents are currently at TxDOT, undergoing an environmental review. We have just wrapped up a public involvement process where there's a notice of opportunity to comment to the adjacent landowners that wrapped up at the end of July. And utility coordination is also underway, which is also being headed up by UP. So this is what the cross-section will look like once the siding is built. In red is the existing tracks. The siding is proposed to be built west of the existing tracks. It'll be if you looked at the center of the siding tracks, it'll be about 24 feet center to center from the existing tracks. I want to point out a couple of design elements. So the new siding will start, like I said, just north of Burleson, and this is near Creekside Village. At this part of the project, there is no right-of-way acquisition that's being proposed to be taken. However, a construction easement will be needed in order for the contractor to do the work on the siding. What this means is that there will need to be some fence removals from some adjacent property owners, but once all the work is complete, all that will be replaced brand new by the contractor and restored to what its original state was or better. Also, as I mentioned, no right-of-way acquisition will be needed within this particular part of the project. On the north side of the project, right on Colder's Crossing, there will be some right-of-way needed at this point. It's about a 10-foot slivers that would be on the west side of the track. That would be, the right-of-way acquisition would be from ACC and from a developer property just north of Colder's Crossing. Both of the proposed right-of-way acquisitions are right now on undeveloped property. There will also need to be some slivers from some of the businesses that are on the south side of Coulter's Crossing, just east of the railroad tracks as well. I noticed I mentioned the public involvement process for the Cal Siding project. These letters were mailed to adjacent property owners in July, and we received several comments. The support for the project mainly centered around the improvements that would be granted to police and EMS in order to get to emergencies and not have to deal with a blocked train tracks across Center Street and across Burleson. It also is going to alleviate congestion in downtown Cal significantly. The concerns that have been raised up to now have been about the noise if trees are removed, the train vibration that may affect some homes, and there is concern by the citizens of potential diminishing of house values as a result of the siding project. The next steps for this project are to obtain environmental approval from TxDOT. We anticipate this happening in the fall. Once environmental approval is obtained, at that point, right-of-way negotiations and acquisitions can begin. That'll be headed up by UP. Utility relocations can begin. That's also being managed by UP. We anticipate construction to begin in early 2023. However, those first two things happen a little quicker. Y'all could see construction start a little sooner than that. Coulter's Crossing. For this particular project, due to the funding provided by the county, the schematic and design and environmental studies have been fully funded by the county. They're almost complete to this point. The draft has been prepared of the schematic. Environmental documents are at TxDOT for review as we speak. We did get a recent request from the city to consider the potential of widening the sidewalk that's going to propose to be on the north side of the structure from its current 8 feet to about 12 feet. To accommodate potential golf cart use for the trail system that's being put in by the city. That is being analyzed right now to see what the potential cost impacts would be from both a design and construction standpoint. We expect that analysis to be done here in the very near future. The existing typical section of Coulter's, as you all know, is 2 lanes in each direction with a median in the middle. And the crossing at UP is at grade with lights and gates on each approach at this time. The proposed typical section will still maintain the 2 through lanes in each direction, have a center median. Key difference is that in the westbound direction, there will be a new protected left turn bay built that will get folks into ACC and get them out of the way of through traffic. On the structure itself, the 4 lanes will continue to be maintained. There'll be some addition of some shoulders on each side. And as I mentioned, currently the schematic has that 8-foot sidewalk that we're analyzing for that potential accommodation for golf carts as well. Now this is what the schematic looks like. The purple that you see here is actual roadway. The orange is where the bridge structure would actually begin. Here's where you see the left turn bay I just mentioned that will be going into the ACC track. That's just on the south side on the bottom of this picture. As you go more toward the east, you'll notice that the structure extends a little further than it does going toward the west. That's to accommodate a U-turn movement that would be needed for the folks coming out of the PUC substation, so that if they want to go back in the eastern direction, they can make a safe maneuver going back toward a U-turn and come back toward the east. There is no proposed at-grade crossing continuing to go west at this point at the UP tracks. As far as public involvement, we held a virtual town hall meeting for this project in October of 20. The support of the project centered mainly around that it was needed due to regional population increases. There were some concerns about the construction impact on local businesses and the ACC campus, and the right-of-way and impact on individual businesses, and the overall cost and need for the project. But as I mentioned, this should be a very good, attractive project to Campo at its next program call. And those are the next steps. The first and foremost is to identify that additional funding that'll be needed for the design, for the construction of the actual project. We think the project will cost somewhere in the $15 million range, and the design should be somewhere south of $1 million. What's going to make, in our opinion, this project very attractive is that it's going to have the same operational and safety benefits that moving the siding away from Center Street will have. You won't have those parked trains going across Kohler's, and people won't have to stop as the UTP is making their switching maneuvers. It'll obviously help operations as well, and EMS and emergency response. That, along with the project readiness, the fact that we're getting the schematic done now, that we're doing public involvement now, Campo likes to see projects that are close to shovel ready. That's going to increase the readiness score of this project, along with the significant local dollars that have already been put in to get the project to this point. We'll send the schematic to UP for review after it's done. We're going to obtain environmental clearance from TxDOT, anticipated to be in the fall. And after that environmental clearance is done, then right-of-way acquisition can begin. That's a quick briefing. We're here to answer any questions you may have. And so is Tyson and Raquel.
Thank you. Questions? Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you. Did we do a study on the length of trains? I guess that's the only concern I have. Some trains are really, really long with a back engine. Did we do a study on that when we were designing this interchange?
I'll defer to Tyson and Raquel for that answer. However, this siding project is 13,000 feet long, which currently meets the UP standards for siding length. But I'll ask Tyson and Raquel to chime in on that.
Sure. Can I do a quick sound check? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Tyson Moeller. I'm General Director for Network Development for Union Pacific. Been with UP for about 26 years. Been with this project from the beginning. As far as the train sizes that go through here, yes, the siding length is approved. There's a potential that UP might extend that overall length, but that'll be based off of the overall trains that we see in the future that we would run through this corridor. But we approved it at like a 10,000 foot length through here. And so that's what we had approved back in 2017 when we were working on this originally.
I guess my concern was that if we get a train that's real long, we're still going to be backed up here in downtown Kyle. And I just wanted to make sure that we've taken that into account because some trains are really long. And I think at 52 years old, I've waited on those trains long enough.
Yep. Yeah. So part of the siding length there, part of the reason we're working directly with the city and the county is we came up with the Kohler's crossing overpass, right? So that Kohler's crossing is not blocked. Also, part of the city's request was to locate the siding north of Burleson, so that we weren't blocking Burleson as part of that siding project there, right? We don't want to just kick this problem, the can, down the road there. So from that perspective, there shouldn't be an issue with the actual train lengths because of what we've done already on the front end, right? As far as planning where the at-grade crossings are. So we won't have the same issue that we have downtown Kyle today, right? Where you have two at-grade crossings when we pull a train into the siding there. When we pull the train into the siding now, there will not be any at-grade crossings.
That's great to hear that you even were proactive on addressing Burleson. That's great. And for those of you, I know you touched on the word history, and this isn't going to erase any history in Kyle. We're still going to have the train in down to Kyle. We're just not going to have that big roadblock there anymore. Right. So I know there might be some people that see the train as part of Kyle, the history. The train's still going to be there. It's still going to come through to Kyle. We're just not going to have the big roadblock there, and I'm excited about that, getting people in and out. One of the concerns I had was the public safety, getting to fire department, getting our police department to different accident scenes or, anything going on in the city, and I think this is going to alleviate that and help a lot of that concern, so thank y'all.
Other questions? Councilman Bradshaw.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I definitely see the benefit of this project, but I share the same concerns that you've mentioned here, and we actually previously had a resident bring forward a petition from Creekside because, as I'm sure you know, that is going to significantly affect their yards. I can't remember the John Atkins, I think was the name of the street. But their backyards basically back up to the train tracks, and since you're developing or you're building and expanding on the west side, what can be done as far as sound, as far as safety goes? What can we put up some sort of barrier that's going to help alleviate those concerns?
So the short answer to that is yes, and I'll ask Tyson to chime in on this, but UP's position on that is that if there is a sound barrier put up, it would have to be outside UP right away, and it'd have to be at the cost of the locals for that. But Tyson, please chime in.
Yeah, so through this corridor, UP owns and operates on a 100-foot right-of-way there, and so we've been there probably since the early 1900s. So from an operational standpoint, if this were not to be a city or county project, if we were to build capacity tomorrow, that would be something that we would build at our discretion, right? Because this is federally funded and going through the city and the county, this is open to public comment. And so if there are, additional structures that the county or the city want to consider as part of this project, then we would work with them as far as those future projects there.
Okay, and as far as the backyards and the fences that would need to be torn down and replaced, are you going to do any sort of additional compensation to those residents?
A construction easement would be needed, but my understanding is the only compensation that it'd be replaced in a better state than it was before. It'd be basically new fences, and any construction damage would be repaired by the contractor.
Thank you.
My question is it relates to the funding for the two projects being separate. We have funding for the siding relocation, which cuts across Kohlers, but the second project is currently unfunded. So I certainly understand where we are and why we're moving that direction, but we wouldn't want the scenario to happen where the siding gets relocated and punches out across Kohlers, but then the grade separation at Kohlers falls through, and now we're blocking Kohlers.
Great question. Commissioner Jones will talk about that.
Yeah, and Tyson will mention this also, but that's one of the stipulations before they start the construction. We have to have a pretty good, strong commitment about the bridge already, because they don't want to kick it down and we don't want to move it. You and I both have a vote on this.
Yeah, the delegation is here in the room, that's right.
But talking with Ashby and our Campo staff, this probably would have been already funded if it wasn't for the deferments. We put $377 million deferments to do improvements on 35. So once that gets taken off the books, this will probably be one of the top 2 or 3 ranking projects in the region. So I'm pretty confident about funding on this one.
That sounds pretty good to me.
Well,
yeah.
But I bring it up just to make sure, because we all need to be aware that the second piece is not funded, but that we need that.
Yeah, we're not going to kick it down the road.
We're not moving towards a scenario where it wouldn't be funded, and then we still went through.
The above grade has to be pretty well along before we can even start construction.
Right. Thank you.
And I can't pass this up, but while we're waiting for y'all to come out, I spent the time trying to guess what kind of hairstyle the city manager would come out with. And you wanted that, because I would have never guessed that.
I figured you would say something.
Okay, so you're welcome.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, just to reconfirm what Mark just stated there, we've been in close communication with the city, the county, as well as the NPO as far as there is no timeline from a UP perspective that this needs to be well coordinated with the funding of Kohlers Crossing there. And so we've been in direct communication with Ashby at the NPO as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. One, I want to thank the presenters for coming. I was the one that reached out to City Manager Sellers to request this. One, because we have 3 colleagues on the dais that weren't around when this first came to fruition and came about. And certainly I can understand, my first years on council and getting things kind of set in your lap and not really knowing what they were. So I appreciate the presentation and getting all the dais caught up to speed on this, as well as y'all probably have watched some previous meetings or just had an inkling that I like to get the presentations, and you sent that ahead of time, so I appreciate that as well. So I think you've made it pretty cut and dry on what this is. I certainly appreciate the mayor hammering down on the point he just made about the second part of the project, but essentially it's in our hands that the concerns that were brought up from our constituents, particularly those in the subdivision right there, that this is ultimately, as they didn't leave any doubt about this would be something that the city would have to fund if we're going to put up any kind of barrier or landscaping, and the maintenance of that would all be on the city. But thank you all for your presentation and coming here today.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, City Manager Sellers for the record, and I don't have a quick retort for Commissioner Jones, so I won't even try. Just wait till next council meeting. The city trail system does go along Kohler's Crossing through this area, and it will follow the overpass. We've been working with HNTB to look at possibly adding an additional sidewalk along the bridge on the north side of the bridge to accommodate the trail segment. The right-of-way through there is really tight, and right now the design shows a kind of a narrower sidewalk on the south side, so on the ACC side moving down. The issue with that location is it has multiple access crossings from ACC, ENF, RSI, and further down with Marketplace, et cetera. So our intention would be to try to get the path to be moved to the north side. Mm-hmm. Perhaps it's not a full 12-foot segment, but an 8-foot segment. We're working to look at what the cost is to shift that in the design, and we'll bring that forward later this month or next month.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming, Commissioner. It was worth it for the joke.
You owe me one.
All right, next up, agenda item number 9, Uber Kyle 314 program update. Mr. Jerry Hendrix.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Chief of Staff. I've been asked to come before you today to kind of give you an update on our Uber Kyle 314 program, and I think across the board it's been a great success. As soon as my slideshow comes up, I'll be happy to get into that. Just get you reminded about what Uber 314 is it's where we partnered with Uber to come in and provide public transportation services for anybody in Kyle. You can go from anywhere in Kyle to anywhere in Kyle on a Uber. The resident pays, the rider pays the first $3.14, and the city picks up to the next 10. And this is in place of any kind of public transportation program that we would contract with Capital Metro per se to come in and do bus service. And the advantage is it is point to point, it's 24/7, and it's on demand. And I'm not seeing my slideshow. So let's try this. There it is. Okay, I've already kind of gone over what the program is. Just to get into the meat of it, we keep monthly stats on our program. You can see the first month was our record month. Everybody was kicking the tires. We did 185 vouchers and 162 rides. But you can go down there and you can see where it's kind of dropped off a little bit parallel to what COVID has done to lock people down. But you can also see beginning in April as people got out more, you can see those rides really starting to tick up and the vouchers start to tick up. I'll show you later some of the information I have available to me that's pretty much real time, but this month we're on track to break, to go over the 300 ride threshold for our Uber program, as well as really push the number of vouchers downloaded. I want to also point out to the cost. After the rider pays their first $3.14, the city's portion of that, what we on average contribute to a ride, is just over $7. So if you remember when we were doing carts, for example, depending on how you did the math, that cost per ride could be in the $90 range. So we've really found something that is cost effective and meterable. This is one of the dashboards that I have access to 24/7, and this is real-time data. If somebody were to download a voucher while I was looking at this and I refresh the page, it would show up on that. So, and this was as of a couple of days ago. This month we had 63 vouchers downloaded and 129 rides. When I checked it a little while ago, we're up to about 185 rides. So just tremendous response to the program. This is an interesting dashboard because it shows the origin of all the rides that are hailed from our Uber Kyle 314 program. And you can see one of the darker hexagons, this one right here, that's Kyle City Hall. So you can see a lot of people are coming and going from Kyle City Hall. And up in here is our retail shopping district. And these are apartment complexes and residences. So you can see that we're having ridership from all over the city, and the riders are going to the places we wanted them to go, which is Kyle City Hall, to interact with their government and our shopping centers. I can click on that dot, Kyle City Hall, and it'll show me where everybody came from and everybody went to after regarding Kyle City Hall. And you can see people are coming to Kyle City Hall from all over the city. And I could go to any of those hexagons anywhere on that map and get that same kind of information. And this is from the beginning, by the way. This is from the time we started the program in October to just a couple days ago. So the goals that we've achieved with our Kyle Uber 314 program is it's available to anyone in Kyle, whether you live here or not. It's available 24/7, anytime, any day. It's meterable. We only get charged for the program as it's used. We don't pay for excess capacity. We don't pay for anything other than the actual ride. If nobody rides it, we don't get charged anything. If lots of people ride it, then we get to provide very cost-effective rides to anybody taking advantage of the program. It's scalable, and I'm going to show you in a minute some of the things that we're putting in place to scale up the program in the coming months and with the next budget. It's affordable. You can't beat the price for a transportation program, and it's turnkey. Uber takes care of everything. We just write the checks. The challenges that we have is rider demand. Now that we're pulling so many rides from Kyle, being able to keep riders here is a challenge. We saw the wait time go up to as high as 16 or 17 minutes. It's come back down to 14 as we're really pushing it. We're talking with Uber about doing some incentive programs with the drivers to be able to keep them in Kyle and bring that wait time down. And with bringing the wait time down, we hope to make the program even more amenable to more people. Ride scheduling. Not everybody has a phone. Sometimes if you have a doctor's appointment, you want to make your appointment in advance. We've been talking with Uber since day one on how to address that. We're still working on it, but it's something that's on our radar. And technology is the other issue. It kind of goes hand in hand with that, is that not everybody has a smartphone. And right now you have to have a smartphone to access the platform. So we're trying to figure out a work around that. I get very few calls complaining about these challenges, but I know that they're out there, so that's why we're working through them. What's next? We've already expanded the area into our ETJ. This is the map that shows that area. We now include all of our MUDs and our PIDs. We've actually expanded down into Blanco Vista because we know a lot of those people utilize our goods and services, and into some of the northern neighborhoods from Buda because we know that they access our goods and services. So, and that's one of the big key things for this program is we wanted to make access to our hospitals, our shopping centers, our city hall, our government, our parks available to everybody. And if you don't have a car, you don't have access to your car, you can get there very conveniently and affordably. We're also rolling out airport rides. I've asked many of you to help me test that. So the way that would work is everybody in Kyle gets one ride a month if they choose to the airport. You can use any of the different Uber vehicles because we know if you want to bring your family, you're going to need a bigger vehicle. The the rider, the family would pay 31.4% of the ride, which was a challenge to Uber. They never had to do that kind of incremental percentages before. So that's something that we hope to roll out with next year in the budget and could be available as early as next month. Also, rides to the VA clinic. You know, I don't get a lot of calls, but I do get calls from our veterans who need to get to the Austin VA clinic. A lot of them don't have their own transportation. We don't have a bus system to get them there. So this would be available to our veterans, and they would pay $3.14 once a month to get to the VA clinic in Austin. And that goes with the mission to be able to help people that are ride challenged or ride dependent to be able to get to very important doctor's appointments. And that's all I have right now. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Jerry, for the presentation. You nailed it on the airport as far as that goes. I think Flores Kale and I had talked about that too. I've been seeing a lot of social media postings, people requesting rides to the airport, and I think that's one of the next biggest push that people are wanting to see. Do we see anything in the future as far as any kind of specials like during the holiday season, especially for people that are trying to travel out of Kyle to the airport?
This program, we've already designed the voucher. We're testing it right now. It
Okay.
could be available in September.
Okay, so that people can just have that one-time trip to the airport and be able to help them out on that.
Yes, sir.
I see a lot of people just trying to bum rides as much as they can. I mean, look, my son has a lot of friends, and he's always going to the airport around that time of the year, taking a lot of his friends. So if there's something out there that we can really help the residents on that.
The challenge to spin up that voucher, but they've pulled it off now, and after we
Mhm.
test it a couple times, if there are no problems with it, we can make it available to everybody.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it, sir.
It's a round trip to the airport and back, correct?
It's, you can either go from here to the airport and back, or I've asked them to make it to where you can go from the airport to here. So if people are coming into Kyle on business or just to visit family, they can access the trip from the airport and come here first.
Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, Jerry, it's great. I know that I think the VA is a great program add-on as well, the airport. I'd like to see expand a little bit on the rides themselves. Right now, we're limited at 8 rides per month. I'd like to see that go up to 10. And one reason is that I've had some constituents reach out to me that once they go to the doctor, they go to groceries, you know, you can go to groceries once a week. That's already your 8 rides, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is an expansion I forgot to mention is we'll increase the number of rides to 10.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Flores Kell.
Hi, and thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions, just so everybody kind of knows what this looks like. So if an Uber ride costs $50, the 31.4% that the passenger or the resident would pay, that's $15.7, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so
I'm going to trust your math.
I know, please don't. And so it looks like the city will pick up the tab for $34.30.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So what is the amount of increase in this spending that we're looking at as far as how much we're going to pay? I mean, I have a budget here of fiscal year of $150,000. And then this year is $230,000, the upcoming year?
That's the requested amount, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did we come to that amount?
Honestly, I think we just put a big number in there because we see the program growing. We want to be able to provide these services, and we want to be able to grow into it. So there's no magic calculator. That's what we hope to be able to spend in transportation this year.
Okay, so can I ask who came up with the $230,000? Like, how does that, I know you say we, but who's we, and how does that process look like?
I'm going to have to default to our finance director for that.
Okay.
So Mayor and Council, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. There's really no magic to it. The current budget is $150,000. In addition, there was $80,000 unspent from the year before that we rolled over into the program. So the current year's budget is 150 plus the 80,000 that was rolled over. So the exact same amount we're requesting in the next fiscal year's budget, which is 230,000.
Okay. So I'm just looking at number-wise. So this information, this is budget 150,000 for 2021. Expenditures to date is $19,483.23.
Yes,
So that's how much we've actually spent, but you're telling me we had 80,000 left over?
from the year before.
Okay.
So as the program was growing, we anticipated that this fiscal year we would use up at least 50% of the funding. And as Jerry mentioned, as we expand the program, including the airport rides, those are going to be larger dollar transactions, and they will incur rapidly as we roll off that program.
And we also didn't know the effect of the pandemic, and we anticipate as we come out of that, we should be seeing those rides increase significantly.
Okay. So just to clarify, budget was 150,000. We spent $19,483.23. But that leaves really a difference of 130,000. Unless I'm not understanding it.
Okay.
Okay.
We're talking about, when we talk about budget, the current year funding for this year, 2021, is $150,000. Then the year before, which was fiscal year 20, we had $80,000 unspent, which we rolled over into this fiscal year. So that made the current budget $230,000. So 150 plus the 80,000 that was rolled over. So we had $230,000 available for this rideshare program, the 314 program. Of that, approximately 19,000 has been expended to date. We still have a couple of months into the fiscal year, so that number is going to be closer to maybe $25,000, $30,000 by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year. So we took that same $230,000 that was available to us this year. We're identifying that in the proposed budget to be available and earmarked for the 314 program.
And that 230 includes money left over from this year that would be rolled over?
Basically, it'll be the same thing, yeah.
Okay, and so when the time to vote on something like this, if a council wants to do it or not, would be now, or would it be during the, like, what point does this go through council? Because I agree with it, I like it, but I'm just kind of curious how that process works, because I know this is a presentation, but if we have an increase, of 80,000, or if we're looking to spend 230,000, how does that process look for getting voted on, or?
So you have the opportunity tonight. We have first reading on the budget. If council so desires, you can make an amendment to the proposed budget to increase or decrease, or let it be the same amount for next year.
Okay, those are just basic questions. I was kind of hesitant on this, but the way you guys explained it is really good. I just want to know and make sure that I understand the process of how it works, just in case I have any questions in the future. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
You bet.
Next up, agenda item number 10, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Our standard at Burleson is we're still waiting for the contractor to wrap it up. Yes, sir. There's a couple of other issues that popped up, so we're trying to get those resolved. On the Heroes Memorial Park, just to go over the consent agenda items, there's 11, 12, and 13. The 11 and 12 are permanent easements that we need. 13 is a temporary construction easement that we need. Right now, we're about 2% complete, and they're planning to install some footings for the bridge piers. The mayor at the last meeting asked about the spring that was located there. When I checked with the consultants, the first thing they told me was they were going to try to figure out the way to seal that off and cover it up. But then that begged the question of, well, if that spring's there, why can't we use it for makeup water? So I asked the question, and it's triggered a bunch of emails, and the consultants are going to be looking at a possibility of maybe using that water there and use it for makeup water. So hopefully somebody smarter than I am will be able to figure that out and be able to use that spring rather than just sealing it off. So hopefully we'll get some more information on that later as we move forward on the project. Laverde Park, it's consent agenda item number 14 is another easement that we're needing to acquire for that one. Also, we have a notice to proceed that was issued on August 16th, so that project has started. We are going to be getting temporary access on that project from Doherty. On the Mary Kyle Hartson Park project, we're about 18% complete. The layout's complete for the sidewalks and other improvements. The sidewalk forming is underway. Demolition is complete. Piers and light poles and the tree die-downs have been placed. Electrical design is nearly complete, and they're working on design for electrical utilities and other telecom services underground. The Windy Hill Street and Drainage Project, we're about 80% complete. They're still driving on the north half of Windy Hill. Still trying to wrap up change order number 4. Working on curb and gutter and driveways and drainage in there. We're planning to open up in October 2021, but don't be surprised, we might be able to do it sooner. So we're just keep that date, though, for now. Southside Wastewater Improvement Project, we're about 87% complete. One of the things they did complete was they crossed 158 and made a connection there. The contractor was having problems getting manholes, so we need to get some manholes wrapped. He's supposed to have gotten them this week, so we'll be installing manholes. We should have this section wrapped up by the end of the month. I do want to point out that the next section that he's going to be tackling is in front of the Murray property. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but we've had an issue with the easement that we tried to acquire there. So we ended up trying to place the gravity line and the force main in the state TxDOT's right-of-way. There's about 30 feet, so bear in mind that in that 30 feet we have a 12-inch water line, a fiber optic line, and a 4-inch gas line. And we're going to try to put an 18-inch gravity line 15 feet deep and also install a 14-inch force main over that particular line. So this is going to be a challenge for that contractor on that next phase. But again, we're hoping to see this project completed in about 3 to 4 months with the rest of the work that he's got to do. On the treatment plant expansion project, there's 2 items on there. There's number 15 and 18. 15, I believe, is an easement that we need to provide to PEC so they can get power to our headworks. And of course, the 18 is a large change order to Archer Western for the dewatering facility that we need to install there. And we're at 67% complete. We haven't received the latest estimate, so that should go up pretty quickly. We still have some rain impacting our project, so they're still continuing to work on Saturdays, and they're continuing to work on the standard items like the treatment pipe, the formwork, rebar, and concrete. We're still planning to open this project on March 2022. I do want to mention on that facility that we're going to install, the dewatering facility, that'll still continue on afterwards for about another 6 months. But the plant itself, we still plan to have that completed by March of 2022. Excuse me. On the Button Creek Interceptor, there's 2 consent agenda items. Number 22 is for the change order. Number 2 for the additional cost for the pipe that we need to purchase based on the prices that have escalated dramatically over this last several months. And item number 23 is to pay Diana Tinkler. She's our acquisition person, and she did the work for acquiring all the easements for the Button Creek Interceptor. Right now, we're about 58% complete, and we're working on the bore underneath the creek right now. Well, site number 4, if you've noticed, we've completed the downtown elevated. The logos are up, and the contractor is going to be installing the new logos on the well site number 4. And we're trying to get a date as to when he's going to be back. We're hoping he'd come back this week, so we'll find out and I'll let you know. Old Post Road, I'm working with the surveyor, the engineer, and the county. I'm trying to resolve this issue with the right-of-way. So I've been visiting with them over the last week, trying to get this issue resolved so we can continue working. The county is working, though. They're still working on some driveways there for us. LA Branch Interceptor. This picture kind of shows you we're almost at Sled Street, and that's project's about 30% complete. And the next phase of that work, they'll probably be working on 81. So they'll finish this section up, then jump over to 81. And there's another section of wastewater line that needs to be installed there. Microsurfacing project is complete. Paving markings are down, so we're done with that project. One of the consent agenda items that we have is item number 16. This is to complete the design for a 16-inch water line that we're going to start off at Anthem's development. It's going to go on the north side of the Hayes School District. It'll go down south on 1626, and then we'll end up there at the Plum Creek Phase 2 connection. So it's a very important line. It'll provide dual service to Anthem, and it'll bring that pressure plane 3 that we've been talking about down to Plum Creek Phase 2. Any questions?
Councilman Rizzo.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for the report. I do want to iterate on the spring. Let's make sure that if we are taking any money from there, we look at all the entities involved to make sure that we're not pumping water that's not allowed to as a city. So something to look at. But if it's a natural spring, I think it's just going to feed, which I'm really excited about because we're thinking about how to have makeup water there in that spring. And we've talked about different ways of doing that. So if we have a natural way of doing it, it'd be great. The other thing is I'm really excited about the concrete going that went down today at the MHP and park, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, definitely moving forward. We're doing it in a timely way. So thank you for the update. I'm really excited about everything we're doing.
Thank you, Council Member. We do have a lot of projects going on right now, and more to add on later.
Councilman Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick question. Yeah, lots of projects. We're keeping your department busy, aren't we, Leon? And as is everybody. I just wanted to quick, just a timeline on Mary Kyle Hartson Park. The completion date, are we still on target for where we were wanting to be? Because I know time sensitive on various different things with that, but do we have still an estimated time of completion on that one?
Councilmember Ellison, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager, and I am safely quarantining right now out of extreme caution. So good to see all you guys remotely and to have this opportunity to participate remotely. The short answer is we have eaten up all of the extra time in the calendar. We are still being told by TF Harper that they do believe that they can deliver on time. Some of the biggest lead time items are the power poles and the light poles, effectively the decorative poles, if you just want to put them into one category. Those are a 13-week lead time, and they are being ordered, I think, either at the end of last week or just they're being ordered this week. Finally, all the shop drawings got done, and those will be going out. So those will deliver like the week before the project is supposed to be delivered to us. But that said, they're making pretty good headway on getting the sub bases done. They weren't expecting to be able to pour concrete until Thursday, and they were able to get that done today on the sub base for the area around where the tree will be. So that's the concrete base that the pavers will then be set upon in order to keep the pavers from shifting and moving over time. So it's not the final base, but it's the substructure. They're making pretty good clipping along now that most of the issues have been resolved. The electrical was the biggest holdup. We decided to pivot on them and go ahead and direct that all the electrical be underground, and that significantly changed their scope, but they are still hopeful that the extra time that they had built into their calendar, that has been enough and that they will be able to deliver on time. Now, weather, of course, is the other unknown factor. As Leon has pointed out, it's not usually still raining like this in August. So we're blessed in some ways, but when it comes to construction, you're not blessed with rain. So if we can keep it mostly dry during the work week, I think those guys are going to do some amazing work in the next. You're going to see a lot of stuff happening in the next 8 to 10 weeks, I bet.
Anyone else? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. My first question, I have two questions, one for agenda item 22 and then 23. So looking at the budget and knowing that we've got to be really careful when we spend money, I saw agenda item number 22 and it really worried me. So it looks like there's an increase of $329,334.46 for 36-inch pipe, PVC pipe, and 12-inch PVC pipe. So my first question is going to be, do they not order this stuff when we have a contract, like originally? Like, when do they order the supplies?
I asked the contractor that specific question. He said he ordered it the minute he got his contract approved. But then when he was notified by the suppliers that his request was denied because of the shortages that we're having with the pipe. So he did tell me that he ordered it as soon as he got the order to move forward on the project.
Okay, so my concern is this is not just about an increase in price, it's also about future prices, if I'm correct. And so I'm wondering, and I'm looking at our amazing finance Perez, and so I'm wondering how often he looks at these prices as far as the market value goes or investments go.
So on project cost increases, we in finance, we're dependent on the feedback we get from engineering. So as soon as Leon and his team updates us, we're constantly monitoring that project budget. So in this case, the project is funded with wastewater impact fees. So we had contingency set aside. We knew there's going to be increases in right-of-way acquisitions and in construction cost estimates and design costs. So we have sufficient funds to cover this cost increase, and we believe that the project has sufficient funding to complete the entirety of its scope of work.
We clearly are a blessed city to have excess money in the amount of $329,000, but my concern is, are we being taken advantage of by the vendor or by whoever? I think in this case it's Diamond Pipes. So I did a little bit of research, and this contract was from 10/29 of 2020. And on that date, the price per metric ton for PVC was $6,995. The price today is $9,645, which is an increase of 37.8%. However, Diamond Pipe's cost went up what Diamond Pipe is charging us is 88% increase for the 36-inch and 81% increase for the 12-inch. So my concern is, are we overpaying? Because although their price has only gone up 37%, they're charging us 88 and 81%.
Councilmember, I can't speak to what they charge and why they charge what they charge. We have been hearing from several months ago the prices were increasing. Lumber increased significantly. It's going back down now a little bit, but a lot of the prices have been increasing. They said they were absorbing some of the costs for gravel, cement, concrete, whatever. They're absorbing some of those costs, but this one was so significant, that's when they said they just couldn't afford to handle this particular increase. So I don't know what to tell you about why they charged that much, or I don't understand why, but that's the price they've given us, and that's the best we've looked around. This is all we can get. A good example, we're going to be able to see this week what the prices are going to do to us on a project that we've got that we're letting right now. We'll open up bids Thursday. Our estimate right now is around $500,000 for that particular project, so we're really interested in seeing what the prices are going to be. Now, it's not large pipe, it's 12-inch pipe at the largest, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of prices we get based on our estimate. So, but I can't really tell you why they increased it that much. I just know that it's the contractor's complaining, we're complaining, we're all complaining, but we just can't explain why they're doing that.
So I guess my question will then go over to either Paige or Scott regarding the contract, what it says, and whether or not we can hold them accountable. I understand they use like force majeure but my question is like, do we just pay this so we can get it built, or do we wait? Maybe challenge whatever it is that they're telling us, because this to me sounds like this is a contractor's problem. If they said they purchased all the product when the contract was created back in October of last year, then why are we paying such a large increase?
If I recall, this particular contract, the contractor's remedy for increase in price is delay, basically. If there's some kind of a force majeure provision in the contract, then their remedy is to request additional time. And that's how the contract reads. If I'm recalling the contract that we reviewed on this one, if the council is going to accept a change order and it's basically an amendment to the contract, then you would be agreeing to that price change.
Okay, Scott, have we looked at the possible, if Perez could kind of, I don't want to say guesstimate, we can't tell the future, although I feel like we have peaked at this point as far as prices, hopefully, what it would look like maybe in 6 months to hold off, or 3 months. Because the difference of $329,000 is a significant amount. And I don't want to just pay that just because they say, oh, there's nothing we can do. I would like to be a little bit more responsive or reactive to that issue.
Scott Sellers for the record. There are several developments in the area that are waiting on final building permits for the project to be done and to move forward, knowing that the project will proceed under some sort of interim pump and haul agreement is where they would like to go. There are other potential developments that are in the middle of land acquisition that can't plan or take down the property until they know they'll have wastewater by a certain time. So their request to the city is that we do not delay so that they can continue their developments moving forward. And they're willing to prepay impact fees to accelerate the project.
To me, that sounds like a contractor's issue. I don't know if that's a city's issue and if we should have to pay that. And really, that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm not comfortable paying the difference of $329,000, knowing that the cost has only gone up less than 35%, and yet they're charging us up to 88% increase.
Councilmember Tobias.
Mayor, yes, to be as for the record, I think what we're getting at here is if we're locked in at these prices, let's say 130,000, then all of a sudden they're coming back and saying we need to increase it. I think maybe that's where Ms. Flores-Kale's getting at. It's like, where does the contract lie as far as what the agreement is? And if it means that 6 months down the road or 3 months, oh, we weren't able to buy it yet, now we got to come back to you guys for more money. It's like a mechanic quoting us a price for the transmission and then later on saying, oh, I wasn't able to order this part of the oil, but I've got to add an additional $800 to the final bill. What is it that we can do to lock these prices, and that way we don't have amended items later on down the road, or is that possible? Again, I'm not in the contract business, but I don't know how that would work to where if we're quoted a certain price by these contractors, and then they come back later on saying, oh, we need to increase it because we ran out of PVC pipe. I kind of agree with Ms. Kale. It's like, that seems like it's a contract issue, not so much the city on that end. Is there any way we can lock these people going forward in those pricing?
Council member legal can correct me if I'm wrong, but this particular contract is very clear. It says that they have to absorb those increases. It's very clear. The only option they had was to request delay in time, or request more time to try to wait for something to happen, and they've done that. So the decision we need to make is, do we want to move forward with this project, or we have options. We can delay the project and wait for them to come back with some prices that are reasonable, but that'll delay the project. And again, we have these developers that are on a weekly basis contacting me wanting to know when it's going to be ready. But then we can just tell them we're going to sit on this and wait till the prices come back down. But we could also probably file against the contractor. But that would mean litigation. That would mean more costs, more time. We may end up having to pay the same thing at the end. We don't know that. That's one of the dangers of delaying the project or trying to go to litigation.
Yeah, so a lot of times, pretty much, our hands are tied on these situations.
Not necessarily. He said he was absorbing some of the extra costs for the concretes and sands and things like that. He is absorbing those costs. He has absorbed those costs.
But they won't start the project unless it gets approved. And that means the increases on the dollar amount, correct?
But in this particular case, when he did submit his request for the pipe, they voided his request and said, we can't provide it. We need more money. So that's what he found out.
Oh.
So let me just try to add a little bit to this. So, I know we have contracts, and there's people out there that want to hold you to a contract when you're a contractor, but there's some things that are beyond your control as a contractor, and that's when you're buying material. Sometimes it's not available. Sometimes you have to wait. The other thing is when you run into a project, you never know what's under the ground. That's what we always talk about in the contract world. You don't know what's under the ground. You can think that you've got a project bid perfectly, and next thing you know, you're digging into a cave, or you've run into a line or something, and or if you're building a wall or taking down a wall in a home, the prices just increase. There's things that you can't always see as a contractor, and those things come up, so you can't hold them. How would I say it? If you're going to try to hold them to that, and I've seen people do this, try to hold a contractor to something for an unforeseen issue that came up during a build or something, then in a way, you're taking advantage of that contractor. And that's not really what we want to do. What we want to do is move forward with our projects. I know this contractor gave us a bid, and we'd like to hold him to it, but there's some things that are unforeseen. The pandemic is one of those. We didn't see the labor shortages, the material shortages. So there's some things that sometimes we just need to move on. And, the contractor's absorbing some of it, we're going to absorb some of it, and we can get our project finished. Delaying is going to put us at a disadvantage because we're not going to be able to move forward with our other projects. The developers that have already, are counting on some of our infrastructure going in will have to be on hold as well. So there's not always that clear-cut thing that we look for. If we try to hold everyone's, and I'm the first one to say, timelines, make sure you finish in time, but there's some unforeseen things that happen that sometimes we've got to take a step back and make sure that we're not trying to, how would I say it, is put an undue burden on someone or a company that maybe they wouldn't have seen, and it's something that they couldn't help. Now, it's something they could have, if there was something they could have done, they just, put it off, that's different. But this is something that I don't think anybody saw coming forward, the increases that have been coming forward. I know there's projects up that I have in some of my buildings up in Austin that have gone up in price as well, and I'm not going to hold those contractors' feet to the fire because my whole thing is not breaking those contractors, it's moving forward on our projects. So some things to keep in mind.
That I understand, but I also want to make sure that we're not being held hostage either because of that. We could be taken advantage of as well, being that we are a city, and we could have contractors, not saying that these people are doing that purposely, but it's where do we, not so much draw the line, but where do we hold everybody accountable in that sense to where if this is the base price, we can get that's where we're at. It's a matter of just making sure that we're not taken advantage of, including your department, because you've got to get these projects done.
Correct. And can I state that, sorry. I also want to state that this was during the pandemic that we ordered that. Is that correct? It looks like October 29th, 2020. So it's not like it wasn't it wasn't unforeseen. And really the undue burden is on us, on the city, having to pay an extra $300,000. So my question would be, is there a proof of avoidance? Has this company showed you, hey, this is where they said they can't supply us at this amount?
This all started with the freeze that we had. The plants had to shut down on the coast, and the plants that make the resins, is from what I've been told. And for them to gear back up, it took them a while just to get geared up back up. And today they are making pipe, but they're so far behind on their orders. They're making 6-inch, 8-inch, 12-inch pipe because that's what most subdivisions and developers use, is that particular size of pipe. In this case, it's a 36-inch pipe, so they'll have to retool just to make that 36-inch pipe. But again, they're so far behind on all their orders right now, they're moving forward with a smaller pipe because they can get a lot of that made a lot quicker and faster and get it shipped out. But in answering your question, I'm not sure how to respond to you because we did not, obviously we didn't want this to happen. It was the freeze. It was the primary reason this all started happening, because of the freeze.
I totally understand. Like, you know, I give grace to a lot of people in a lot of situations. I just need to make sure that people are not taking advantage of us. And so that's why when I looked at the numbers and I confirmed that, yes, they said that they were ordered it in last October, and last October the price was at a set amount, and now it seems significantly higher even than the market value. So, and that's my concern, is to make sure we're not taking money out of a budget that we could use. We have multiple other projects that we could use this for, and I just want to make sure it's being delegated in the right places.
And what's interesting is that they even offered to use a different type of pipe, ductile iron pipe. But Public Works doesn't like working with ductile iron pipe. It's heavy, it's hard to move around, and it's difficult to work on. So, in my whole career, I've never seen where PVC was almost the same price as ductile iron pipe. It's just I don't believe it.
So the
but it
moral
is.
of the story is this is Public Works' fault. That's what I heard.
I'm throwing Harper under the bus on this one.
Sit down, Harper. I saw him as soon as you said that. I saw him perked up.
Maybe we should get those Public Works guys weight set or something. We'll figure it out.
Harper says just use duct tape. Everything will work fine.
So my commentary is a couple things. Number one, I think you're both very much right that we are being taken advantage of. That's the whole point of a force majeure. It is to take advantage of the person who you're in contract with and to void that contract and then charge a higher price. So it is a strategic maneuvering of a contractor to get more money out of us. That is clear. The thing to keep in mind is that that contractor works for us and that we're building a regional wastewater line for our customers. So they are building something for us. We are contractually obligated to provide wastewater according to all these agreements with these different providers. We entitle them with that. So if we don't fix the problem, then we are going to not only incur problems with the contractor, but with our customers. Entering the solution that I think maybe we didn't quite hear you say, but that is that the developers are paying for it in the form of expedited impact fees, correct? So they are covering the overages, because this, ultimately, who bears the burden? It's the residents, through the form of higher prices, through the form of higher costs to the developers and higher costs to the city in the form of taxes. So it definitely stinks all across the board, but the solution can't be worse than the problem. In this kind of a case, I think the fact that the developers will pay over, so we're not actually coming out of money, is what makes it whole for me, enough to keep moving forward. But we've been working on these wastewater lines, for a long time, and I don't want to be taken advantage of, but at the same time, we can't just say we're just going to put a hard stop halfway through this project. That would be extremely devastating to a lot of things, I would think. But
Mayor, it's also worth noting that a third of this price is the reclaimed wastewater line and not the gravity flow wastewater, which is really a city utility that we're trying to build out right now. So this isn't being requested by the developers.
You have something to add, Harper?
Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. I just wanted to back Leon up that, we do the reviews.
Like physically, like back him up.
No. We do the reviews every week. Philip and I look at the plan reviews. Leon looks at the plan reviews. We're constantly talking to the contractors. My Public Works inspectors are constantly talking to the contractors. We are seeing this across the board. It's not this one instance, and I thought that you brought up a great point. I thought that was a great thing, but we are seeing it across the entire board. They're having issues. The contractors are having issues getting pipe right now. Our own staff is having issues getting pipe right now. So they are coming to us asking, can we put this in, or could we do this, could we do that? Could we put wastewater pipe in for water pipe? No, you can't. So we are dealing with that on a regular basis. So although I don't like the cost increase, I agree with you. We're at a point where, okay, what do we do here? And there's going to come, and I hope it doesn't come to a point where, we're going to have to stop and back up and, okay, we're going to have a new plan here, because so far everything has worked out with what we try to do with our inspectors and the contractors that are out in the fields right now. Anthem, Cypress Forest, Six Creeks, all these different places, it's working out. But there's either a change or there's a length involved in that. And so I just hope that doesn't get worse. But we're dealing with it. So I just wanted to back up what he was saying.
I thought you were coming up here to defend, not being able to lift the pipe or something.
Out of curiosity, Mr. Harper, you've said that there has been several of these projects that has been an increase. So my fear is, if we continue to increase, are we looking at millions? Is this going to be, and is this really the right time to build? I'm not trying to slow down anything. I'm with everybody else. I try to be progressive as possible, but I don't want to do it in a way where it's going to put an undue strain financially
The
on
plants
us.
that make the PVC resins is the issue. With the lack of those plants, then you have a higher cost. It's much like when we were short on gas. Remember when the places that provided the gas went down and we had to wait for those to come back online? It'll come back. I believe it'll come back. But until that time, we're going to have to figure out alternative measures. And so what do we do about this pipe? An important thing about the Bunton Creek Interceptor that I would like to remind is that it takes out 2 lift stations. You can't do one, they're in 2 phases. You can't do one of the phase without the other phase. Both of them have to be working so that we can get it done. Those 2 lift stations will be taken offline once this new line is in. One of those lift stations, if y'all recall, we've had some significant events with it in the past, and so that is something that Public Works has been waiting for quite a while. I'm very happy about this project. So, we're involved with it, and our ears are open, and we're listening.
Well, another reason you want to prolong this, push this project down the road is because labor costs go up every year as well. If you're not paying now, you're going to pay a lot more later in labor, so something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I hope this PVC cost turns around. I really do. I hope it turns around quick. For we have many projects that we want to do as well. Leon's just come through with the one on Schlimmer, the wastewater line over there. We have water projects that we want to get done that we're doing, the city's doing. We're going to hit the same problems.
I see a lot of the supply yards empty right now. So a lot of supply yards in Austin who supply pipe are pretty empty. So that's something I wasn't used to seeing. Usually you'd have a stockpile, and you don't see that anymore. It's empty.
That's a problem. You're having to go wherever you can get it. And that may be way out of state. You then have to ship all that here. So there's a.
Can you tell us how far behind we are with this project?
I'm going to have to guess, but I'm going to say about 3 months behind right now.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank y'all, guys. Appreciate it.
I do want to mention that there is one particularly large project that we've got that's pretty much 90, 95, 100% designed. We're waiting on one more easement, and we really needed to push that out this spring. But because I didn't have that easement, I decided to go ahead and hold off. It's going to need 24-inch pipe. And I said, let's just go ahead and make sure we get all our easements lined up, everything's in order, and then we'll push this project out next year, next spring, because there's some certain deadlines we have to meet with that particular project. So I've decided to postpone that particular project because I didn't want to get in the same situation, because the contractors actually, they have a problem bidding these things because they don't know where the prices are going to be. I was told there were prices increases scheduled for August 1st and September 1st. That's what I was told. So they're still going up in some cases.
Can I ask Paige, is there something we can do about making sure or confirming that when we make an order that the products is physically ordered and physically there? Because this could have all been avoided last October or November. So I guess my confusion lies with the fact that they said they were going to order it last year, and it's still, obviously, we still don't have it. So is there anything that we can put in place to make sure that as a city that we're protected from this kind of situation?
So there's the contract terms, which we've got the contract terms here that address this issue. You just have, I think like the mayor was saying, is the solutions worse than the problem to address this issue? It results in delays in stopping the project. So, you know, I think that's of concern. If we're going to put in a solution to kind of have some confirmation that items are ordered at a certain point in the contract, what I'd want to do is coordinate that solution with probably the engineering department, because I don't have all the knowledge about how that part of it works to suggest something that would work, if you see what I'm saying, because I need to understand how it kind of works in the industry to see if that is something you could work into your contracting and phasing of projects.
What about like a mediation situation? Because I mean, I don't know how much conversation's been had between the company and the city, maybe Scott or you yourself, but some kind of stipulation that says you have to sit down and talk. This can't just be, yeah, sorry, we don't have it, and then, okay, either we pay or we don't. I feel like there has to be a middle somewhere in between there. Nobody likes mediation. Nobody likes to pay the mediator. So I think an extra step in that situation that was going to cost time and money might be helpful, but that's just my opinion.
Councilmember, normally the contractor gets a notice of receipt. They'll order their materials because we do pay for materials on hand. So the incentive's there for them to go ahead and buy the material. There's no reason for them not to buy it at that point in time. Manholes have to be made, pipe has to be ordered, and then they place their orders, and they always like to have their material ready to go. That's the last thing they want to have is waiting on material to come in. So most of your contractors are going to order it right away.
That's all I had for number 23, but I did have a question for 22. I did have a question for 23, which is Diana Tinkler. And I see one of the invoices is from 2019 and another invoice from 2020, and I was just curious as to why it's taken so long to pay.
Diana Tinkler is typically the person that we go to do our acquisitions. She sent me the invoice about late March for the services. We already had a purchase order ready to go, but it didn't roll over to the next fiscal year when it was first issued back in 2019, I guess. And she apologized profusely. She had issues with one of her parents, and so she didn't have a lot of time to get to her. If you notice her invoices, they're very detailed, and she does a really good job of that. So I reviewed the invoices, and it took me a while to just go ahead and get that on the agenda. But one of the big reason was that she was delayed is that she had had some issues with personal family issues.
2 years? I'm just saying,
I
as
understand.
a city, I think we need to make sure that we're timely paying the bills, and this makes us look bad because, I mean, if I was just a resident and I didn't listen to this, I would just assume we weren't paying our bills. So to me, this is just kind of worrisome that we're paying bills from 2 years ago because she failed to invoice it.
It bothered me also, Councilmember.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions or comments? Items on the consent we want to pull? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 11 through 24.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilman Tobias. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 25, first reading and ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, continuing with curfew for minors under 17 years of age per section 23-23 through 23-30. Chief Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I'm making sure he didn't need to visit with you for a second about one of the items.
We're okay.
Okay, I think we're good. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. The City of Kyle has historically, since 2009 in your current form, had a curfew for our minors in our community. state law requires that the city council review that ordinance every 3 years to make sure that it is still viable and to make sure that it is still worded in a way that meets your community standards and still preserves the rights of our citizens. So we brought the item back tonight. This is the 3-year, the triennial review of this ordinance. We did not recommend any changes, so it's basically status quo. I'll summarize it very briefly just so that the citizens kind of understand what our juvenile curfew is all about. First, it applies to those that are under the age of 17, so 16 and below. The reason why we want a juvenile curfew ordinance in the city is to protect those that are under 17 because they are susceptible by their lack of maturity and experience to participate in unlawful and gang-related activities and to also potentially be the victim of crime from older perpetrators. So it is designed in twofold to keep them from being involved in criminal activity, but also to keep them from becoming a victim of crime if they're out after hours, and I'll clarify what those are. Curfew hours in the city of Kyle for our ordinance that have been in existence and that we are asking to continue are from 12 midnight on any day of the week until 6 a.m. the following day. So that's 12 midnight to 6 a.m. And then from 9 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday when school is in session. So if school is not as in session, it would not apply. There are numerous defenses to being out after these hours or being out during these otherwise prohibited hours that are lawful. So I want to make sure we often get questions about various types of activities that are certainly lawful to be out during those prohibited hours. Just to give you kind of a quick overview of those, I've had several people reach out as this is being considered. When a 16-year-old or below, when a minor by definition is out on an errand at the direction of their parent, when they are simply passing through our city, obviously with parents or on a trip to destinations outside the city, when they're engaged in lawful employment activity, when they're engaged in a school-related activity, when they are engaged in an emergency, perhaps going to the hospital or other clinic for treatment, or perhaps going to pick up medicine and whatnot, those would not constitute a violation. If they are outside in front of their home on the sidewalk or even their adjacent neighbor's sidewalk, as long as no one is complaining, or they're attending a school or religious or government-sponsored event or other civic activity. Those are just a general overview. So basically, if that minor has a good lawful reason for being out in the public or on someone's private property that is kind of a public place like a business or an arcade room or game room or whatnot, then they're not committing a violation. I can tell you that we at the police department will ask the minor while they're out. We will try to determine their reason for being out during the prohibited hours. And if they are in violation, most often we will simply issue a warning and return them to the place where they're supposed to be, whether that be at home if it's during the night, or if they're skipping school or whatnot, then we'll try to return them to school. And many times we give them a warning the first time. In fact, during this most recent 3-year period, we've only issued 14 citations for those who are violating the curfew. And most often that is because they simply refuse to go home, refuse to go back to school, or they are otherwise engaged in other criminal activity and the officers felt they also needed to issue a citation for violating the curfew. We do notify the parents, we notify the school when we encounter them, and again, this is for safety and to minimize criminal activity committed by minors. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. I just want to keep it brief and give you an overview and tell you there's no changes recommended. We're simply asking to extend it for another 3-year period.
Chief, I want to thank you for the overview on it, and I can attest to what you just said. You know, on one of my ride-alongs, I was able to witness our officers engage a couple of juveniles, 13, 14-year-olds, on the side of the highway walking late at night. I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and the officers handled it with a lot of, how would I say, respect, and also with a lot of great judgment. I mean, I was really in awe with how the officer handled the situation. You know, I was a little upset to see kids out there on the side of the road like that, very dangerous. You know, we hear about people getting hit on roadsides in the dark all the time, and the way the officer handled it was amazing, and I was glad to witness it, and I think this ordinance is in place to keep our children safe, all children in the city of Kyle safe. So I fully support it, and with that being said, I want to make a motion to approve consent agenda item 25.
Second.
I mean, yeah, correct. Thank you. Sorry, not consent.
Second.
Agenda item
Okay.
25.
It's been motioned by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale that we approve agenda item number 25. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief, for responding to my email. It was in referencing to the extracurricular activities. I've picked up my son before through the years, and sometimes I see kids walking home, sometimes as late as 12 a.m. And so thank you for clarifying the defensive to where if there's anybody that's walking home that they won't be in trouble and so forth on that end. And also something to get ready for. I know it's going to be holiday season in a couple of months. We need to be aware, residents need to be aware, neighbors need to be aware. So we're saying if we're seeing individuals out 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the evening or early morning, that's suspicious activity, or they just need to make sure that they're notified that they're not supposed to be out there. Correct?
Yeah, correct. I would recommend that if, rather than encountering the minor themselves, just call the police department to let us check on them, make sure that they're in good shape and that they're safe. And if they're violating the ordinance, let our officers take whatever action is appropriate. As you can already tell, just a handful of tickets over 3 years. Our goal is not to issue citations and bring these people to court. It's simply to make sure that they're safe and then not also committing crime. So they'll take the right action to make sure they get where they need to go safely.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Chief. Next up, Arts Commission update. Mr. Paul Phelan.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Paul Phelan, Director of Library Services. And tonight we're just here to give you a brief update on the progress of the Art Committee so far. So I thought I would just kind of hit the high points here and then just turn it over to the committee members and the council to begin the discussion. So if you saw in your packet, the backup material, the vision statement, I think just a couple of important points. We put some things in there. They put some things in there about strengthening neighborhoods, enhancing economic development, positive social change, and ended that statement with, we envision a vibrant Kyle wherein creativity, prosperity, and progress work hand in hand. And I thought that was really good. The mission statement, a couple of points in there to promote the city's history, which I know was important to Councilman Rizzo, the diverse culture and sense of place, to encourage and promote art programs and events, to engage community members and local businesses to build a flourishing and vibrant arts and cultural environment. And one of the other things that was included in here was an equity and inclusion statement that I would like to read. I think it's important. The Kyle Arts Commission respects and honors the dignity and value of every human being. We aspire to be a diverse, equitable, and inclusive community in which all people are valued and respected. Equity and inclusion requires that we focus on the diversity within our community and develop effective strategies to move us all towards an equitable future. Moving on to the kind of the nuts and bolts of it, just some important points within the draft ordinance. So far, the commission would be an 11-member board. 7 of those members would be voting members. 4 would be ex officio members. The 7 voting members would be individuals that had some knowledge and or expertise in the different areas of art. The ex officio members would be 2 community representatives, a business community representative, and a city council member. I think the thinking was that you get that group of together, and if everybody agrees on this, that more likely the community, the council, and everybody else will be able to move forward on it. That's why I think there was an expansion of that. If you look at the general powers and duties, so essentially the language that we have here, the commissions shall advise the city council on the use of any funds or funding that may be available from private and/or public sources that will benefit any local arts activity. So essentially, it does function in an advisory capacity. So ultimately, based on this language, the council would make final decisions regarding the disposition of those funds. Qualifications for appointment. So looking at that and getting into the language here, it says the city council shall consider qualified individuals who have shown an interest in the arts activities of the city and a passion for advancing arts and the culture of the city. Okay, so that identifies, I think, gives it a little more of a broader view of what those individuals may be that you appoint in there. It also indicates there's residency requirements as a requirement, and essentially what it was is they decided that a city residents and those that lived in the extraterritorial jurisdiction would be available too. I think the thought was, they wanted city residents, of course, the taxpayers, to have the say where those funds are going in many cases, but at the same time, understanding that it's a pretty tall order to get people with all this expertise, so expanded that out. The business appointee would just be a person that has a business interest, and the language in here, employed in a business within the city limits or the ETJ, shall own or be employed, in that. So a business interest would be that person that could be appointed in that and would give the council some leeway. The terms of office are similar to the other boards, 2-year terms, very similar. And about the only thing, we just did put some, at a committee member's request, did put some language in, the recusal language in there. So understanding if you get perhaps an artist, it's an excellent artist, that you may want them to do something for you, but if they're on the board, you may not want to disqualify them from being able to do it. So they would just recuse themselves for that vote and would be, under this language, would be able to do that. And then talking about gifts and donations, in that they would be able to solicit those, and those would be accounted for, in the same way you would a grant, and then, again, make recommendations about that, and the council would decide it. So I think that's basically it. The job description is just getting into a little more verbiage about all those things, but that's the basic upshot of what we got so far. So.
Thank you, Paul, for that presentation. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilor Ellison.
So I think, and certainly I'll defer first to my colleagues on the task force if they wanted to add any additional items to Paul's presentation.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ellison.
All right, I'm not shy about it. So certainly appreciate the task force's work on this. It's myself, Councilmember Rizzo, Councilmember Flores Kale, and a number of staff was involved in the creation of these 3 different documents. So we've had a lot of discussion about task force and the work that we're doing, and we were really adamant about, as we got a good chunk of things taken care of, we wanted to bring the council in on what we've been working on for any feedback, constructive criticism, things that maybe we didn't think of, even amongst all the heads that are a part of this, and different things like this. So this is very much still a draft. I know typically it's not gone about this way, even with an ordinance, to kind of show that. But this is certainly by no means to say a perfect set of documents, but it is our first good solid crack at it. There are a number of things that went into the thought process on this, and I'm glad that Paul highlighted a number of those things, including the inclusivity aspects of it, what we were trying to get at as far as the entirety of the Arts Commission, the historical aspects of it as well. All of those things were extremely important to this task force in creating this commission, which we're all really excited about, and we know the council is as well, and hopefully even our residents, including former Councilmember Shield will come back around and still be excited about this. So one thing I will say is we definitely pulled away from the other commissions and boards with this commission and how we were trying to set it up. We leaned more towards the Economic Development Board as a kind of marker on what we were trying to achieve with that. That's why we have the ex officio members and various different things like that. I'll give Paul this credit. In one of our early meetings, we were talking about who would make up this board. And if you saw the very first presentation by Paul, which was crafted by him and City Manager Scott Sellers, there were those 7 different or 6 different groups that would make up this board, this commission of artists. And we really wanted to, similar to the Economic Development Board, we wanted to bring in people that had a level of experience to kind of help us get this off the ground. But at the same time, and to Paul's point in our very early task force meetings, is we have to think of our audience as well, who we're doing this for, and that is the Kyle resident and surrounding areas, as well as the business community. We will need their help in helping facilitate this commission and all the goals of the commission as well. So that's why we wanted to include those representatives as a part of this as well. Including one thing we were mindful of is that we would probably hopefully have some really good artists that are right here in our city limits or ETJ that would want to be a part of this with some real world experience. But we didn't want them to be discounted from if there was an opportunity, I'll just say, that is recommended by this commission to the council, that somebody could recuse themselves if they wanted to participate in that. So we didn't want to really tie the hands of our artists that would be helping us create this, as well as helping us get this off the ground, but also might want to be able to partake in the services that we have. Certainly with the inclusion statement as well, we were mindful of including and giving a opportunity for maybe artists that are don't have quite the opportunity to have their work displayed or have an opportunity on that, whether that be children, female artists, minority artists, and things like that. So we were trying to keep all of those things in mind. I know there were some concerns earlier about the makeup of the commission. I think that, if a resident, maybe they're not in the profession of arts, they could still apply for any of these positions, whether it be one of the ones that are in the of the 7 voting members, or if they would apply for the ex officio member to be to give their input on that as a Kyle resident and ultimately the audience of who we're targeting. So I would say that's, to my understanding, still an opportunity, and I don't think we were in any way trying to prevent that. And then as far as the council member liaison, this was obviously those that saw the presentation from Paul a month ago or what have you. There was presented as a council member being a part of the board. We decided to make that an ex officio member, so a non-voting member. And to be quite honest with you, I would actually be in favor of that being the case with all of our boards and commissions. We have talked about in the past having joint meetings with our boards and commissions, keeping them aware of what's going on, having that connection there. I know I've been going to a number of different boards and commissions, and the reception I get from that is extremely positive. So everyone knows I'm not a fan of our current board and commission policy. That would be something that I think would be a welcome addition in my mind to helping strengthen the communication between our boards and commissions, our wonderful volunteers that serve on our board and commission, that offer their time to do that, but continuing to have that dialogue between the two and just create another avenue there. But as I stated at the top, this is a draft. This is certainly us bringing this forward as a task force and not trying to move too far ahead of ourselves without getting some feedback from the council, just to make sure we're going in the right direction. Maybe some additional things you all would want us to consider as we draft these documents. And certainly, Councilmember Rizzo, floor scale, if y'all wanted to add anything to that, by all means.
No, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head on the explanation, but one of the things I wanted to really emphasize is that we are bringing this forward. We wanted you to know what work has been done, the council to know what's going on with this task force, and that way everybody can see what work has been accomplished, and hope to get y'all's feedback and hopefully your approval on moving forward.
It's listed as a presentation, but so I don't think we can vote on it. But,
Okay.
But certainly.
Feedback would be great.
Yeah.
Well,
Anybody?
we're open to feedback. Certainly,
Right.
we can get any feedback y'all might have.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, going back again to the establishment of the Arts Committee, how I'm reading it. 7 voting members and 4 ex-members, officials shall be appointed by the mayor and city council. The voting members will be required to demonstrate an expertise. What type of demonstration are we wanting to show? And it states here as well, in professional fields of, like what was brought up earlier by our public comments, literature, arts, and so forth. What is it that a voting member would need to require to demonstrate? And when it comes to voting on maybe an art project or something that I believe we want to display on the city, or any kind of plastic arts or decorative?
So I think you're getting a little ahead. Right now, we're trying to get the commission together, but if we're bringing something forward as far as arts, they'll make the recommendation and then the council will approval. Is that what you're asking? on
Yeah,
how we
well, I
move
just
forward?
wanted to make it clear, because if I'm wanting to apply myself, and I'm just
The
amateur
application
guitar player
process.
guy, you know, voting members will be required to demonstrate. If I wanted to be somebody that wants to be part of this commission, what kind of demonstration or expertise that I would have to show to require that I can either vote on any of those items there?
So if I could just take a
beverage.
stab at that. So I would think in the interview process, in the same way that we interview for all the boards, it's just basically going to be in that question and answer period, just asking that individual, you know, and perhaps they're not a professional artist, but perhaps they've done, you know, a variety of things for years and have a very acute interest in a certain area, and just going back and forth, asking about their experience in it, their knowledge. And so essentially just in that interview process, demonstrating there to the satisfaction of that committee that they would be able to fill that role in there. And that's what I'm getting out of that, essentially. And that may not be the best language, but there we go. Sorry.
Councilmember Ellison, you had your hand up.
Well, Councilmember Flores-Cale, because I've talked quite a bit, I was going to take a stab at that too, but go ahead, Councilmember Flores-Cale.
So I was going to say, it's kind of like what we currently do, which I don't know how I feel about that. Like, there's loose terminology as far as what qualifications are, and I think that's an excellent point brought up in the comments sections. And even now, if we want to, as you know, collectively as a dais, want to talk about what kind of qualifications we'd like to see on there, I'm open to that. But right now, as it currently stands, when we do our interviews, the group of people who are interviewing are the ones that do really the qualifications to see if they qualify or not. I also want to say that I guess I didn't realize that part right there would make it seem like we were trying to exclude anybody by not defining it, because if nothing else, what we were trying to do with this is be more inclusive than we've ever been. We want to see different peoples from different backgrounds, and maybe that's why we didn't think to define it or to describe what it is that we're looking for, because experience comes in all kinds of levels. And so I think, as Paul said, we were just looking to do it during the process, as we currently do. But by no means do I want anyone to feel like they're being excluded, or that we're trying to be excluding in this process, because we made it a point to include as many as possible. So if anybody has any suggestions, we're totally open to it. You know, we tried, we were really, I'm not just because I'm on the task force, but I'd like to say we are a really cool group of people. So we're open to any kind of suggestions, and we worked really well together, and we welcome that.
I concur. And I'll just add that, you know, all of the positions mentioned would be a part of the commission. I know there's, you know, a difference between that vote. That vote is to make a recommendation to council. That's what that vote is. And so we were very cognizant, and like, as I mentioned, we were trying to get away from what other boards and commissions we have and be more like the Economic Development Board, which is a board that is not comprised of citizens, and it is comprised of people that have experience in that field, to try to get the best understanding and recommendations within that discipline of economic development. But we would highly encourage any and all citizens to apply for those positions, including the citizen representative positions, even though you won't have a vote on whatever the agenda item is to make a recommendation to council. You will have your voice heard in that, and those would be public meetings, just like our other boards and commissions and things like that. But certainly open to any feedback on the language, any suggestions, comments on that. But we wanted to tackle a number of different things with this. One, getting people that were able to contribute and help us get this off the ground, with an area and level of understanding in the arts, culture, and industry, but as well being understanding of who our audience is, and that is ultimately the Kyle resident.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I appreciate your guys' taking the time to look at this commission from the viewpoint of the economic development model. I'm curious, though, it says appointees for the qualifications of board members, appointees shall have resided within the city limits or extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city for a minimum of 12 consecutive months prior to their appointment. For the Economic Development Board, is that the same rule, or do we have members who live outside of the ETJ?
I don't think there's a residency requirement for economic development. So I want to say that we weren't trying to duplicate exactly the Economic Development Board. We weren't trying to duplicate what our other boards or commissions. We were trying to find a medium of all the things we liked about those various different things. So all of our boards and commissions have that 12-month residency requirement, with I guess the exception of P&Z, which we found out earlier this year. But so that is the goal with that. We still wanted to be residents and people of either within the city limits or within the ETJ to make up this board. So it wouldn't be so much like the Economic Development Board, where it could be people that live outside the city but maybe are professionals in the city. This one, you would have to be a resident for those 7 positions that are voting. And then I guess all but the business one would be the only one without the residency requirement. So that's where that kind of came along.
Okay, well, I guess I would be open to expanding the area if we're looking for, you know, professionals in the arts, and expanding it to the region, similar to what we have with economic development, and not putting, because I guess I just don't see much of a difference between city limits and extraterritorial jurisdiction. You know, you can make it a little bit more regional, and maybe you're going to get a better, even better mix of professional artists and opinions for you know, the money that we're going to spend or allocate to the arts. So that's my feedback on that.
So just to clarify, so are you maybe suggesting countywide?
I'm suggesting regionally. So however you guys would want to define that, but If, part of the idea was to model it after economic development, and economic development goes that route because they're looking for the best professionals to sit on that board. There could be some great opportunities for artists to contribute to this commission who have great expertise in certain areas, and I would hate to us limit ourselves. If we're not going to do city limits and we're going beyond city limits, then to me, you go beyond ETJ because there's not a whole lot of difference there. And you look at least regionally, and you try to find the best people to sit on this board to give you the optimal return on the experience and professionalism that you're looking for.
Certainly. And I would say we did kick around the county as a area to include. I will say with the Economic Development Board, while there isn't a residency requirement, they still have to do business in Kyle. So it's all still Kyle related. And that's why ultimately we decided to go away from the county and task force, correct me if I'm expressing this wrong, but that's why we decided to keep it either city limits or ETJ, anything with Kyle, to see what we would get as far as that talent pool. And we truly believe that there is a large talent pool within the city limits and within the ETJ to pull from and still make it relative to Kyle's. Like once again, we're not trying to make it exactly like the Economic Development Board, but even with that one, it is, they still have to do business within the city of Kyle. So there's always just a Kyle reference back to that. Everything comes back to Kyle in some way. And certainly, I don't disagree with you that, there is a talent pool further outside of our ETJ, but we felt at the beginning of this that it needed to be pulled from and focused on the Kyle area.
Okay, if I could just touch base on that as well. We had a long discussion about who do we want in this and what region do we want. So we did discuss this. What we agreed upon at the end ultimately is ETJ because we're a growing city, and residents because they're also the taxpayers. And so if we're going to be spending taxpayers' money, that's who we wanted to focus on. So we did allow for the business person to come in but not be a voting because our focus was on the residents and the surrounding area because we know eventually most of our ETJ is going to be grown into, so we didn't want to exclude them. But there was excessive talk about how far out we wanted to go. Like, did we want to go United States? Do we want to go, Texas? So just after a lot of discussion, that's what our thinking was. We wanted to keep it Kyle-based. But again, this is why we're looking at it, and this is why draft is stamped across it, because this is just a draft. And so our ideas are completely welcome, and we're open to any of that.
Yeah, and really, what we came up with is a rough draft, like Councilmember Kell just talked about. We're still needing council feedback. This isn't a done deal. This is something that we're going to all give input on and hopefully move forward in a positive direction. We create a beautiful art district here for our city. So all feedback is welcome, and as a council, when we move forward together. So if we're looking at expanding, then we talk about it and we decide what we want to do. But, as a task force, we did talk about it. It's not set in stone. It's just what we're bringing forward to council right now. Any changes or recommendations, this is the time to do those and move forward together.
What if they live in the Kyle ETJ, but they have a Buda address? That's what I want to know.
We discussed that, and we were okay with it.
Well.
No, I'm just lying. We didn't talk about it.
Other questions, comments?
I'm still going. So the art that the commission will be buying or commissioning, is it only going to be awarded to Kyle residents? So they're going to buy art from artists outside of Kyle. Right. So you're looking to create art, and you're saying that the people who are going to help you find that art have to be within the city or the ETJ, but yet we can award the contracts for the art we are purchasing from outside of the city. So I can get an artist from Paris, I can get an artist from Dallas, I can get an artist from California. Okay, I mean, that's just,
So
I'm trying to figure
the
out
commission
why.
is a recommending body to the council.
Sure,
So
sure.
if the commission of Kyle residents and Kyle affiliated people want to recommend to the council that we purchase art from outside of the city, from Paris, for your example, then that would be an interesting recommendation from that commission. I guess we would have to certainly entertain that and debate that if that came forward. But the idea, and certainly one thing we didn't talk about, is that there needs to be bylaws created for this commission as well. And so we thought about creating those ourselves, but we said, no, we should allow the commission to be formed and they create those things. And then those bylaws would be ratified by the council as well. So we'd have the council would have the say as well on those bylaws finally being approved. But at the end of the day, we want this to be as Kyle Central focused as possible. So even the business community member, while they won't necessarily have to live here, they will have to have done business within Kyle or currently doing business in Kyle. So we're trying to keep it as closely focused as Kyle as possible. So if a commission that's closely focused to Kyle as possible tells us to buy some art from across the Atlantic, that would be very interesting, because that would almost be the antithesis of what we're trying to do and help promote local artists. So,
well, I gave you an extreme example, but Dallas isn't much different of an example if you're saying that it has to be Kyle-centric. That's why I asked the question, because I want to know, are we going to only purchase art or only commission artists within the ETJ, or is this commission going to look for artists outside of the area?
So if I can answer that, I think
we haven't made a recommendation. I think we'd be open to what council has to give us feedback on that.
so.
Well, it just makes a big difference in when you're looking
Agreed.
for art.
So the difference between the commission and the choices that the commission makes are two different things. So what we're discussing is, how do we want this commission to look? And then whether or not they decide to buy from different places, that's within that group. That has nothing to do with us. So I get what you're saying, and I get your concern.
With the way that I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to go through and give you the feedback.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
yeah.
it does make a difference to me, because there's another part on here that talks about recusal and recusing yourself based on conflicts of interest. So if we are going to only want to hire artists within the city limits or within the ETJ, then there will be a lot more conflicts of interest, because these artists who are on these commissions there'll be a limited pool. They will want to participate in creating this art that we'll be paying for. So that's why I'm trying to figure out where we're going with it, by based who's on it and then where we're going to buy our art. So if everything is going to be Kyle-centric and the art that we purchase is going to be from within Kyle, then I almost feel like we're handicapping ourselves or creating the possibilities for a lot of conflicts of interest if we're only going to hire from local artists.
Okay, I think that's the next step. We're just building the commission, and then what that commission does and where they buy from, I think that's the next step. And that would might maybe be included in the bylaws or in whatever, and ultimately, council's going to have the say. So if they just give us guidance, and then as the dais, we'll decide if we want to purchase or if we want to move forward with the art. That I feel like that's a legit question, and I understand your concerns, but I just think that's a little in the future, and I think it's the next step after we build this commission. But I get what you're saying. You're like, okay, are these people that are on this commission, are they just going to be local? Therefore, are they just going to think locally? That we can't tell you. That is during the application process.
Right, or are we going to create a lot of conflicts of interest? And, if you serve on the commission, are you going to be eligible to work on the art that is commissioned?
Yes, we talked about that. And so, yes, if you have your art and you want to sell it, we're saying yes, and you just have to recuse yourself. That's it.
Do you have a recommendation on how you would alleviate your concern?
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking how centric it is. Is it centric in the commission, the commissioners or the appointees, you know, being local, or is the goal to buy art locally? Because that's where I see the conflict arise. And so that's what I was just trying to figure out where we're going exactly. If it's made up of local artists who are buying art from wherever, then I don't, you know, and commissioning artists outside of the area, maybe on occasion within the area, then I don't see you're going to have that many conflicts of interest arise. But if the goal of the commission is to only buy art within the area, then I don't know how many artists you want on the commission itself, because either there's going to be a conflict of interest or the ones that are on there are ineligible to participate.
Certainly. So I guess I see what you're saying, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Task force, this is one of the things we were talking about. So if you have the 7 different areas of experience, expertise, for all those different groups. So say this is just one aspect of it, because the commission will be doing a number of different things, not just making recommendations on buying pieces of art. There will be programming recommendations. There'll be all kinds of things that the commission could do, and come up with ideas to present to the council. So say you have a project where you want a sculpture done. There's only going to be one of those people on that, of those 7 professional or experienced people. If they're a sculptor, only one of them will have to recuse themselves. And then the other 6 would be the ones making the decision on that, because that one sculptor on this commission may say, oh, okay, I want to apply to be the sculptor for this project. So then that would be their recusal. Hopefully we have multiple ones in the area as well. So that wouldn't be the only sculptor in the region or within the ECJ and in. Same thing with something else, with any of the other fields of literature. You know, say there's a poetry slam or something, I don't know. That person would have to recuse themselves. But I think the goal with this, and I guess the understanding that this task force had, was to promote local artists and people within our area and within the ETJ or just within the region, to give that opportunity to express those artists and give them a platform. But that would just be one aspect of it. This is also general recommendations on where what we could do as far as projects go and different things like this that may not require an artist being involved at all. So there could be a number of different things that this commission could task force as it is relative to arts throughout the city. So I guess I don't see multiple people having to recuse themselves based on the makeup of this commission, because each one will have a different area that they're focused on or they bring experience from. So if there is a project that comes up in which it is that case of, you know, we're going to hire a commission and artist to do something, then it really should be only one person at a time in those circumstances that would have to recuse themselves, not multiple people.
I think as we move forward, we definitely need to keep an open mind on where we're getting art. I'm all for promoting local artists, because that's something we need to do as a city. But also, you know, I know that there's some artists out there that have Kyle ties that probably don't live in Kyle anymore. I know Councilmember Tobias has a really good friend in Colorado who grew up here in Kyle that is a great artist and would probably be able to scope something amazing for the city from her memory here. So I know that there's limiting ourselves there is something I didn't see myself doing, but I do believe in promoting local artists and bringing them up, but also not limiting ourselves in that aspect to where we can also, you know, go outside and see what else is out there. What is going to make the art in Kyle unique and make it a part of the history, part of what old Kyle was, what new Kyle is. I mean, we're going to take a lot of different aspects and look at it, but I don't think we need to limit ourselves on where we get our art. But I do believe we do need to promote local artists, but keep in mind that there are local artists. It's not just the local artists that are moving in. It's people that grew up in Kyle and moved out. So we can keep that mindset as well. So I think right now is just the commission and which way, what direction, what feedback we need to add as we're building this commission. And then when we start looking at, the bylaws, recommendations, I think that's where we can put more feedback into. Just my thoughts.
Sounds good. Yeah, I agree, Councilman Rizzo. I do have a very longtime friend that is a artist in Colorado, and it'd be something like what you're saying there. We need to identify where this art would come from. If it's locally or somebody that was a former resident or in the area, if they are in other places, to where we would be able to look at some of their art and see if it'd be something that would suit the city for the gold standard that I think we're trying to get at. But I do appreciate all three of y'all for your hard work on this. It's just questions, so that way we can start narrowing it down and filtering out the way we want this to go. And I think it's going to be great. But I appreciate your efforts in bringing this forward, guys. Appreciate it. And ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I just say, I guess I didn't think that far, because I didn't think that would be a decision that we would make. That would be whatever art is purchased or agreed upon. But that was not what our intent was. Our intent was just to create a committee. And then that committee can decide whatever it is they think they can bring to us to decide if we as a city want that or not. So I get what you're saying, but I guess my mind just wasn't that far out of there yet.
Well, my feedback is I think the question's relevant and I've heard, because it's been mentioned by all of you, I think maybe in different ways, what the purpose of the commission is. And I've heard that the purpose of the commission is to support local artists or to support local art. And for myself, that's not how it originated. It had nothing to do with local artists or supporting local art or trying to get local people to be on a board or a commission. Really, none of that was relevant. What was relevant was a desire to take some amount of resources that we have and spend it towards the creation of art in the very best possible art that we could buy, understanding that our ability as a council to wade through issues such as art, we could spend 2 hours debating a piece, and maybe that wouldn't be, what is best. So my hope for the commission is that it would become a very, very good body at elevating the standard for what art even is. Certainly not to put on events. It's not to be political. It's not supposed to be a place where people come together and figure out how to get contracts for each other. It's supposed to be a board or a commission that we can point to and like, that group right there is going to help us get really, really great art for the city. Where the art comes from, is an argument to be made, but qualifications at the same time when you're talking about an arts commission, art is, the definition of art is that it is subjective. So it has the potential to, to cause all kinds of problems. But if we're all thinking about what we think the best art should be, or whether it should be local, or what the priority should be, then this is going to be a fun board. We're going to have some fun days and years ahead of nice drama and controversy over different pieces of art. I can just see it all coming. So
I think if there's a question to that, you can always go back to the vision statement or the Carl Art Commission mission statement, and then we can kind of go from there, because if you read it, it is kind of vague. The vision statement is a little different than the mission statement, where the mission statement says, it is the mission of the Kyle Art Committee to advise the City Council of the needs of the artistic and cultural community, to promote the city's history, diverse culture, and sense of place, to encourage and promote arts programs and events that engage community members and local businesses to build a flourishing and vibrant arts and cultural environment, to provide advice to artists and cultural organizations by sponsoring events, programs, and to advise the City Council with respect to possible sources of funding. So when I read that, I think, okay, we do want to go back to the city's history, and maybe we go to Dallas and say, we found this really cool picture of a railroad track, so we bring it from there. So I don't think it's limiting where we buy or purchase our stuff. It just focuses on what our art ideas that we want to decorate our city is going to look like.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything limiting about that statement at all. It was very unlimited in its statement. I mean, it's every possible facet of arts or events or everything. I'm like, wait, what is this commission again? I don't. What is the commission going to be doing? How is it formed? Is the commission going to get its own budget? Is it going to be putting on events? Because you said events in there, so I'm like, I just. What I think we should do is focus on making sure that this commission fulfills the base function first, which is to help us buy and acquire really good art for our city. And then outside of that, we can have more discussions. But, that's my feedback.
So what would be the change then that we could, because this is good feedback and this is exactly why we brought this forward. Because we wanted to make sure we're going in the right direction before we get too far down the road and have to bring it all back. So what would be the recommendation or the feedback from council would it be to narrow the scope to exactly what you just mentioned, Mayor? Would it be to take away the residency requirements? Would it and open it up to just anybody that can help us achieve that goal that you just stated of finding the best art that we could put in our city? What would be the feedback from the other four of our colleagues that we could take back to our task force meetings and try to bake through those ideas?
Well, if I was thinking to myself, how could the Arts Commission provide the most value to me as mayor or as a citizen? It would be that the commission could do things that we couldn't, which they could devote the time to really working with the artists, going through revised drawings and plans, doing interviews with multiple artists, figuring out maybe like an arts plan, helping us figure out where do we want to put our first piece of art and why, like that kind of stuff. I think the commission would be great at, helping us. And then what's the history? What's the theme? Or, all of those kind of things are, I think. So I'm not saying that they don't have anything to do other than say, buy this, but that's sort of the vein that I think that the commission should really never deviate from. And that's helping us to do just have a top rated art program here where we really give out resources towards the creation of art that endures for long periods of time. I'm not an artist, so I'm just to be clear, I do not want to be the member on the board or anything, so I'm not capable. That's just my thought, so.
Okay, we're going back around to the mission statement and the ordinance and the job description. What about those would you guys like to see differently? The ones that we provided in the backup. When you guys read it, what do you look at it and be like, don't like it? Maybe something else, too vague. Specify this, because I think everything you're asking for is in there. And so it would be nice to know what it is that you want us to remove or what you want us to add. We are not the committee, okay? We're creating the committee, which then I think will have the task to buy specific art and put it in specific areas. I completely agree, but I think that we are just at the start line. We're just starting this out. So we're trying to build these committees. And so what do we want it to look like? So if I can ask you, like in the mission statement, what about that can we change?
If I could just add something just prior to that. So I do think so there's two things here, because I think this commission, that the way it's structured, is structured to be a commission that has a budget annually and also solicits funding and donations and that types of things, and then annually meets with artists and grants funds to execute projects. But I think the language in here also is directed toward other types of things beyond art. So at least the way I read this, it could be a group from Austin, for example, the symphony there. You may get them and some other folks and some local folks and put on a cultural series of music at the Performing Arts Center or something. That's kind of the way I see this language. So that's the one thing I would say to the council, that if we want this to, because this could really be cleaned up, if we're going to just kind of devote it to art, permanent art, impermanent art, whatever, that's more those visual structures like that, then we could really change this language a lot more to tighten that up. And that would be my only comment.
Yeah, I think my only concern with that is if we limit ourselves to art, then we're missing what an art commission is. When I go to cities and I see the artwork there, it's amazing when I go up and down the streets. But then I also look at the programming that's there. When I look at people, enjoying plays in a designated area, that's, to me, is part of the arts as well. There's different aspects. We're getting ready to put on an event, Fair in the Square, and it's going to be a squeeze box event, and that's the arts. Yeah, I look at what the programming that brings people to the city, that's part of it as well. So I think we've got to be careful with limiting just on buying art. What is art, and what are we trying to achieve as a city? What is our end goal? Are we looking at just having beautiful monuments downtown or throughout the city, or are we looking at promoting not just coming into the gateway, but also what's around there? I look at places like Carmel, Indiana, where you go in there and there's beautiful art all over the place, but then there's great programming, and those work together. They actually make the art world in that city stronger, and I think that's kind of what I was looking at when we were going through this process. But that's just my feedback on it.
Yeah, I don't think we were trying to be narrow. I think we were, for art, as we all know, art is music, and it's painting, and it's cooking, and it's a variety of things. So we weren't
Right,
trying.
that's my point is that's very dangerous. What you're saying is true. Art is extremely wide. You can apply art in the majority of our, like
So
our
going,
events and stuff. So.
going back, I think there was 6 of them that we talked about. So it wasn't super vague. It had, I think it was 6 components. Is that correct, Paul? That we kind of discussed.
I think they're actually the 7 voting
7?
members. I believe those are.
Okay, so yeah, it was 7.
And there is an urban planning or architectural person that would be in there as well.
So for example, that's a great point. If you think 7 is too big of a number, then we narrow it down to something small. But that's feedback that we can use and go and say, okay, well, we'll take out this art or that art.
But is this commission going to be tasked with creating an event?
What if they choose to? What if they come back and they say, hey, we want to hold where you go and you display your art? Yes, they can. If they so choose, yes. But that's not for us to plan out. That's for that committee to decide.
Well, for them to bring in the recommendation, because we decide.
Right. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
we decide.
Well, we have a lot of different departments that put on a lot of different events, and every single event that they put on has an artistic component. So there are library events, there are events department events, there are Parks and Rec department events, there are communications events. All of them have different flavors of art, throughout, and so it's just one more, way of splitting up how we do events. So if there's like a poetry slam or Kyle's Got Talent, is that art? And who runs Kyle's Got Talent? Is this commission going to be in charge of all of these things now? Where they're event planning?
No, they're not event planning. They're just giving us recommendations. We have the Pie in the Sky Festival. What if we did a book reading somewhere aside for kids, something like that? They could do a recommendation as a council. We could decide if we want to add that to that event. I don't see them planning huge events and stuff like that. But I do see small programming, like if we have something going on. Say we create an art district here, and we've got families coming out and seeing and they come back with a recommendation. Well, maybe on Tuesday nights, you should have someone out there with a guitar, just playing some music or something. I mean, just little things like that. Nothing major, not a full-blown event, it's not what I'm looking for. I'm just looking at, when you look at local artists, you're looking at, we've got a lot of talented people in our town. Why not every once in a while have them come out and do something during one of our events? But really, when we're looking at art, you're looking at what kind of art you want to see in your city, and that's the statues and everything else that entails with that. But, I mean, we can limit the scope if we want. If this is for the council to decide, not for 3 task members. But that's why we are here with feedback, and we're trying to get that feedback and move forward positively. But, let's give us some, you've given us some great feedback. We're taking notes, and let's move forward and see where we can come up from and see what this commission will look like.
My recommendation would be to limit the scope to the original intent of permanent art throughout the city. Start there. I get exactly what you're saying, Rizzo. I think you're on the right track, but I think we need to start with a narrowed scope, figure out the process of that, and then we can expand moving forward. Because I agree with you. Arts are vast. But I also agree with the mayor. You know, it's subjective, and we do have other events. And so I'd like to see them concentrate on what the initial intent of what I believe this Arts Commission was supposed to be about. And that was creating permanent art structures throughout the city.
So that's just to be clear, because we're trying to get concrete feedback so we can go back to work on this. So you want us to narrow, your recommendation to us is to narrow the scope to just exactly what you just said. And that is what we should focus this commission on. That is your understanding of what the creation of this commission was for.
That is my understanding of what it was for, because we have pieces of art that we will need for the cultural trail. There's art there, there's art in the parks. You know, there's all these different places that we have plans for certain public spaces for us to have art installations at. So in this process of creating this, the idea that how I understood it was we were going to create a commission of qualified people to help us identify complementary art pieces for citizens to admire in these public spaces throughout town. So, you know, while I love plays and, you know, other aspects of art, this was the initial intent as I understood it. And so I think we would be best suited to go down that initial road and just deal with the hurdles of never doing something like this before. And getting through those challenges of creating a commission that will grant artists, you know, projects to create art for us. But, you know, it can go a lot of different ways. That's just how I understood it to be. You know, those were the needs that we had. History, you guys are still deciding from that point on where these artists come from, or you guys, but the commission. You know, I'm sure that they're going to have themes on let locally, you know, find an artist who does this, or, you know, cultural trail, we need this, you know, but to me, it's permanent art.
Understood.
Does everybody else agree with that? Because when Paul talked to us the first time, I thought he specifically stated 6 different parts of the art aspect. That's what I took away from it initially. So if we're talking about why we have these ideas as a group collectively, as a task force, it's because Dex, I know, watched that meeting twice. And, you know, I took notes what Paul was looking for. And so it was my understanding, and maybe this is where the issue lies, that we were talking about art all around. And so we didn't specify just statutes. In his initial presentation, it was more than clear that it was several types of art. And so that's why we got together and we were like, okay, well, how do we do this? Spent a lot of time, a lot of thought, a lot of effort. And so I don't want to be combative, but I just want you to understand why we came back as a group with all this information, because that's what the original presentation was about.
Yeah, we used Paul's, and I want to commend Paul, and I know Scott helped him with that presentation. We used that as the platform for really jumping off of. So that's why those different fields are in there. So for the public or whomever missed that presentation that was given by Paul, what was that, a month ago, Paul?
I think so.
Maybe the first meeting in July. That PowerPoint presentation and that overall idea is what we were using as a springboard to create this. So that's where a lot of this came from. But certainly if once again, this is an opportunity for the rest of the council to give us their feedback on what we've done so far, and if we need to change direction, and if, you know, all the council members have that sentiment, then we're certainly willing to take that feedback and continue to work on this. This is by no means finished. It's a challenge creating a committee. This is not easy.
You know, one of the things I heard this evening is that one of the things we have a need right now for art in our public spaces that are coming up. So maybe we do it in a way where the early focus of the commission is to work on that art. And then as we get closer to the end date of getting those spaces filled, we can transition over to the rest of it that we brought forward. So I don't think this is a hard stop. I mean, this isn't a shutdown on this. Maybe it's just prolonging it a little bit on the rest of what we're looking at art-wise. But right now, we have a need for art, public art and displays in different areas that we're building. So maybe we work on that first and then come back as we get closer to that finish line with the rest of the recommendations that are on here to promote more art later down the road. So would that be, because you know, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and I think this is a great plan, but if we have a stronger need right now to work on that art that's going to be displayed, then we could work on that, focus on that first, get the committee to work on that first, and then as that comes to an end, we can start implementing some of the other areas of art as well. So I think that would be a happy medium if everybody's happy with it.
Well, I definitely don't want this to come off as ungrateful for the amount of work. It is hard. I think these conversations are going to be hard on the commission and how they decide to, you know, give out the grants for the art. So that's why I think the limited scope definitely helps. But I thank you guys, the task force, for putting the time and effort and going through it. And yeah, you asked for feedback, so
That's what we wanted, yeah.
I gave you some feedback, but no one wants this to succeed more than me. I mean, I'm a sucker for the arts, so, and all of them, Robert, you know. So I just know that where we have our needs and where it started, you know, the talks of this and Kyle doing something a little bit different that it's never done before. And so I just think we need to really take a more narrowed concentration on how we go about it at first and fill those needs.
So just clarifying then, so would we want to go ahead and clarify the language here to have that narrower scope and these different documents then, and then just look at changing them at a later date?
I will say what worries me about that, and I don't mean to interrupt, but what worries me about that is doing this more than once, right? So if we're going to do a committee, we just do a committee, we have the expectations out there, and then maybe when that committee starts, they're directed to only focus on something in the beginning instead of just giving them all the responsibilities right now. To go back and redraft everything, like, oh, is that what we're going to do? We're going to draft it now for it to be narrow, and then come back and redraft it for it to be a little bit more vague?
Well, historically, you know, the city of Kyle has gone through many different sort of seasons as it relates to the city council's views towards committees and why committees exist. You know, there was at some point, like, you know, like in 2014, 2015, there were like 26 council-created committees for everything under the sun. And the consensus at that time was that the committees were actually impeding the ability to get things done as opposed to facilitating and actually aiding in that. So the more the more of a beast you create, the more unruly it can become. And as opposed to the Arts Commission being this great tool that we have to help us get further down that path of getting more art, what it becomes is they start giving feedback to us that we're moving too fast on this park that we're creating, and why didn't we give them the ability to sign off on things? And like, it can all get flipped around in one generation, in one council revolution, to a point where the committee is actually a burden as opposed to a help. And that's speaking from experience. That's happened. So what I would hope is that, we could create something that at no point would a future council be like, these folks are just out of control and they think that they're events planners now. And, really they work in the library department,
Can we limit that in the bylaws? I mean, I think there's things that we can do to continue to make this, a kind of vague that covers all kinds of art, but then we limit them when they, draft the bylaws and then we look at them, review them. There's ways to do it, I think, being proactive and making sure that we are specific on what their, responsibilities are and their duties. We do that in the contract, in the bylaws, not necessarily because to be honest, we could say, yes, we're going to narrow this down, and then have the same issue with just the one focus on one type of art if it's not controlled in the bylaws, if that makes sense.
Well, the moment they recommend an art piece to us, it's going to be controversial. Doesn't matter what it is, because art is subjective. So as soon as they come back and they say, we want to put this there, is it east, is it west, is it north, is it wood, is it bronze, is it, what is it celebrating and why? I mean, it's just coming.
So I guess my question would be then, is it the art program or art commission in general? Or, because it sounds like there's two issues. There's one is it's too vague, and one is it's just an art commission that's going to cause it anyways. So what is it that we want to tackle?
My opinion is that we should create a commission and narrowly define it to say that the commission's, basically their sole responsibility is to help us plan out our arts expenditures within the community. And so there's a certain amount of money that's associated with that in a budgetary year, and they help us figure out how to spend that money. Full stop, the end.
So would you like to see that change in like the vision or in the job description or in the article itself?
I don't know. I don't know. Wherever it says it, I'm from this, in terms of what we're trying to create, that's essentially the feedback that I'm recommending. Because
Okay.
if it gets too wide, it's gonna cause trouble.
So as a task force member, it would just be easier if you're like, hey, take this whole part out. And then we would have an understanding, okay, great, we're gonna take that out. So it's like going to a park, redoing the park and being like, okay, how do you want it to look versus, okay, we're gonna keep bringing these things back and you tell me if this works for you. It would be just easier if you guys would be like, don't want this, too much responsibility. So I don't know if maybe we could just get some feedback via email, or I don't know how to do that.
We can go through Paul, they can email Paul and, with any recommendations, and, we could, go that route. It can be shared to, the, task force members, Paul himself. I think right now what I'm getting back from, council is that, we need to, focus on one topic, and that's the, art that's going into public spaces right now, and then later on when we complete the commission, council complete that task, we could open this scope up more and really this is not something I want to see get put together where we have to let's say it would have control of the city. I've seen in different cities where you can give a commission too much power and it comes back and we had a sister city down the road that gave one of her commissions too much power and it came back and it got to the point where you couldn't even get council members there because of all the infighting. That's not what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is put a commission together that's going to give us suggestions, and that's all they are, suggestions and recommendations. At the end of the day, council makes the ultimate, makes the vote, and because we're the elected leaders, and we need to make those. But if there's a scope where we want to stay limited right now, that's the recommendation I'm seeing right now. And I think we'll go back as a committee and talk about it and listen to all the recommendations.
So is that a recommendation from Tobias and Ashley? I'm sorry, Councilmember Bradshaw and Councilmember Tobias? Or even myself and Dex, like all together, I would like to know what it is that we would like to see collectively. I'd like it to stay the way it is. with whatever limits we want to set. I like the idea of it being vague.
Yeah, I think we're open to Councilmember Tobias, Councilmember Bradshaw, if y'all have anything to add, certainly open to it. I think we do need to regroup as a task force and take this feedback and see what we can do with that. But certainly Councilmember Tobias, Councilmember Bradshaw, if y'all have anything to add, we're
The only thing I just had to add was just the verbiage on that about the professional expertise item, really. I understand where we're going on this, and again, you guys have done a lot of hard work on this, and including you, Paul, so thank you. It's just looking at it when I was looking at the application, if that's what I'm looking at the application, you know, what kind of professional expertise would I need to demonstrate to show any kind of voting? And that's pretty much what I've got on that end. But I understand where everybody's coming from.
All right, well, it's 10, and we've got a lot of more heady business plus executives, so unless Ashley, you're being requested to give your opinion, but you don't have to, so we can move on. They're all saying they want you to say something.
Let's move on.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Ms. Gill.
All right, next up, agenda. Is there any objection to item number 25 being finally passed? It was curfew. Seeing
No
none, it's
objection.
finally
Nope.
passed. All right, next up, agenda item number 27, first reading and ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances, Section 240, 243, term of appointments, 245, qualifications, et cetera. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor and Council, Scott Sellers for the record. So we have our board ordinance coming before you. We are not proposing to change qualifications. I'll put that right out up front. We do have board members who have progressed through the terms of their boards and in a couple of cases have been made chair. After 2 terms, which the ordinance currently caps out the tenure of a board member, they have to then step off the board. So in effect, our board ordinance has term limits. We have had requests from a couple of the boards to extend those term limits for certain members who are either chair or feel like they have gotten to the point where their expertise is now ripe, rather than just going through a couple of years of a learning curve, and feel like they can continue to add real significant value on the board. So this change that's being proposed to you this evening is simply to extend the amount of terms to a third potential 2-year term. So these are, again, 2-year terms. So that is what we are recommending in this ordinance change tonight, to add a third term for board and commission members. There are a couple other minor changes you can see where we clarify commissions as well as boards in here. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions from Mr. Sellers? Councilmember Tobias.
So what we're trying to get at here is that you've had people that have served 2 terms already, and they want to serve an additional term. That'll be what, 6 years?
That's correct.
On a board?
That is correct. And currently, the board ordinance does require reappointments to come back before council for authorization, so this would require another term authorization.
So if we were to change it just to 3-year terms,
That could also work.
and just do that.
It's currently 2-year terms.
But at the same time, that also prevents somebody else that might want to run or actually put in for it.
Additional thoughts? Councilmember Florescap.
Thank you. Can I ask why we want to extend this and why now?
Well, because typically the terms of the board members coincide with fiscal years. So we have a couple of board members who are about to term off, who have hit the end of their 4-year limit and would like to stay on.
So, okay, so this was clearly set up so that didn't happen. And so what we're doing is saying, well, no, because of these board members, we may want to change that?
I don't think this was set up so that didn't happen. It just provided an end date on the boards at the time, or the terms. So I think the question for council is 4 years sufficient for growing in the board, learning your trade, and providing value and stepping off, or is another term warranted?
Okay, as an elected official, I have 3 years. So I think 4 years is sufficient, and that's an opinion. You know, we'd like to stay up here a little bit longer, but again, we are also limited for a reason. So I guess just because we have people on there that want to stay on there, I don't know if that's,
So just to be clear, the council has a total of 9 years.
Right, correct. Okay, either way, it's limited.
And what
It's
the board,
limited.
and I'm trying to give you and the boards and commissions are limited to 4. So they are at 4, we are at 9.
Correct.
So,
Get
just to
that.
be clear.
Yeah, so my.
So what the proposal is to go to 6, because we have some that are learning their craft, and the various people are asking, including staff members and department heads who run these boards, are saying that these folks are could really stay more than just 4 years. They're just now getting to their best years.
Correct.
So that's
Totally understand that. So my whole point was, as an elected official, I have 3 years if I don't get reelected. So for giving them the capability of 4 years with 2 terms, I feel like it's sufficient. And so I would love to hear from the board members that would like, the people of the boards that would like to extend that. Because just saying, there are people, who want to extend it, that's great. But let's hear from them.
Yeah, they would still need to come forward for reappointment by council.
So they're not getting an automatic, they'll still come back. It's like being reelected again a third time. So they'll still have to come back before council. We'll have to approve them and make sure that it's still the board members we're wanting there. So it's not, them automatically getting it.
Well-
They still have to come here in front of us.
So my issue with that is earlier this year, that happened to me. Somebody was just up to be renewed. I didn't get to see the application, and it was voted on, without any kind of consideration for the fact that I didn't get to read the application, that it was just automatically renewed because, quote, it's just a renewal. And so that kind of bothers me overall, that if we are renewing, and I saw firsthand what that's like, I wasn't sure if there was something that somebody, is there something else? I was just wondering, because you guys were talking as I was.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. I know what I have to say doesn't always matter to everybody, but it matters to me. So just for me to be heard, I would really appreciate that. So as I was saying, what bothers me is specifically renewals, because I was bypassed, and the fact that I didn't get to, I requested an application on like a Friday or a Sunday, I can't remember, and it never came to me. And when it came to voting time, everybody said, oh, it's okay, because it's just a renewal. So yes, I like the idea that they get to come back to us, but I know all too well that that doesn't really matter.
I guess for me, it's just, learning the job. I know in my first 6 months, I was still learning the job. I'm 2 years in to a council member, and I'm still learning the job. There's still things that come up, and I'm still learning the job. I think we never stop learning. But one thing that I do bring now is a little bit of experience. And that experience, I think, benefits the citizens here in Kyle. I think having that experience on some of our boards would benefit as well, instead of having to start over again. I know sometimes we have a lot of board members that quit as well, can't fulfill their obligations, and now you could be stuck with all new board members. I guess that's what my fear is, but, I'm, if there's someone willing to serve and they're still coming to council, we could always say no, and it's something that's a choice for us. But I think, having experience on boards is crucial. I think having experience on council is crucial. So it really, it's up to the council what do they want to do with this. But I think experience always helps a lot.
Scott, your proposed amendments in the ordinance take it from 2 terms to 3, 4 years to 6, as written?
That's correct.
So that's what made it in here?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it's hard to sometimes find good people to serve, and so I'm thankful for people who want to serve, as long as they can in the city of Kyle, and I see no problem adding one more 2-year appointment for a body who wants to recommend items to the council. So I'm thankful for those people, and I would like to make a motion to approve item 27 as written.
Second.
It's been moved.
I'm sorry, item 28 or no? No, 27.
You got it. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item number 27 as written. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. So I know y'all have heard me say this before, but this is what I feel like is the problem. This is a problem largely created because council won't take the time to meet with our boards and commissions. When you onboard somebody by letting them figure the job out, get their feet wet, different things like that, I've never experienced any professional or non-professional way where that is how you onboard somebody and let them kind of figure it out. If we would agree to meet with our boards and commissions and help them along the way, give from the horse's mouth of the council what we are working on, what our goals are, what the vision is, all of that up front, we wouldn't have to be doing this, in my opinion. We would have educated boards and commission members that knew from the very jump at the beginning of their term what their goals and what their actions and things that the council is looking to achieve and we need their help on. So for me, this is kind of tough because I feel like this is a little bit of a Band-Aid for a issue that really the council needs to address, and that's by being more available to our boards and commissions.
Any other thoughts? Roll call vote.
Ellison,
Aye.
Tobias,
Aye.
Coach,
Aye.
Flores Kale,
Nay.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Bradshaw, Rizzo.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, we got the budget coming up next, and so we're just over 5 hours without a stop, so I think we probably need to take a 10-minute break. So I'll set the timer. We'll say 10:21. I'll be gaveling in. 10:21. Back to order. Before we take up the budget item, I think the agenda item number 30 got misplaced down at the end, so I apologize to fire department. So I'm going to skip the budgets and go to agenda item number 30, first reading an ordinance to update the City of Kyle Building and Trades Code Standards from 2015 edition to the 2021 edition of the ICC Code, to update the electric standard from the 2014 edition to the 2020 edition of the National Electric Code, and providing for local amendments to the 2021 International Fire Code. This probably should have just been on consent. So, anyway. Go ahead, Mr. Stubbins.
Council members, my name is Gary Stubbins. I'm your building official for the City of Kyle. As proposed, we are here this evening to propose adoption for the 2021 IECC codes to replace our current 2015 codes. We've been under the 2015 for several years. We actually skipped a cycle under the 2018 and going to the, hopefully going to the 2021s. In connection with that, we're also looking at going to the 2020 NEC, the National Electrical Code, at the same time. So I think it's important because basically we're trying to keep up the standards for the building in the community. And so what I did is also reached out to other communities local. I reached out to San Marcos, which is actually under the 2015 code. They're actually proposing that, and they're going to start their, it's going to be in full effect as of January 1st of next year. I also reached out to New Braunfels, they're under 2018, Church is 2018, and Buda, our next door neighbor here, is actually under the 2015, similar to what we are, and they are proposing to go to the 2021 also, with the same start date as October 1st as what we're proposing.
Any questions for Gary or Mr. Schultz? I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kell. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Sorry to make y'all wait. So I just, it got punted down there. I apologize. Any objection to this being finally passed? Seeing none, it is finally passed. So there you go.
Great.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to go back. Agenda item number 28, first reading. Approve an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, adopting a budget totaling $172.6 million for all city funds for the ensuing fiscal year to begin October 1st, 2021, and ending September 30th, 2022, et cetera. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor Council, Scott Sellers for the record. This would be budget work session number 4 tonight. I believe most of the conversation has been had publicly as far as corrections, additions, subtractions to the budget. I am going to place a sheet up on the screen just to remind council the amendments that have occurred since originally proposing the budget. This is also in your council packet and available to the public. With this said, we are recommending approval of the budget as proposed. This would be your opportunity to make any final changes. There will be one more opportunity next week, next Wednesday night, for budget work session number 5 and final reading. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. For agenda item 28, in general, does this one talk about the tax increase? Or the, not tax increase, the taxes? That's 29, isn't it? So I'm sorry. Nope, I'm good with this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So,
Councilor Ellison.
Go ahead.
Okay, I certainly appreciate the additional work session that staff put in the agenda for us and their time, the directors, and Scott and everyone involved in creating this. We all know that this is a very challenging time of the year in figuring this out. So thank you all for that. Didn't want that to go without being stated. So I do have some issues with the budget as currently proposed, and I'd like to push. I'd like to request of council to consider some changes here. So one thing that we've talked about in past work sessions, I know the last one, the task force for Prop F ordinance proposed adding 2 additional officers, which I'm still in favor of. I'd certainly be willing to open my time up to other members on the task force about those discussions and what our desires are in recommending that to the council to consider. But one thing that I am vehemently against is increasing revenues of fines and citations in order to pay for said officers. I think that sets a bad precedent. I think it sets a bad look. I think it it puts whether consciously or subconsciously or otherwise, puts out a perception that in order to pay for our officers, we need to increase the fines of our city. And then you get into a very dangerous area of, is there a quota that's trying to be met? And we all know that quotas are illegal, and we don't want to have any business of that here in the city of Kyle. I'm sure of it. And so I'd like to explore avenues of trying to fund the additional officers with actual cuts from other areas. And I know that's tough because we all have things that we really like and appreciate in this budget, and we have a balanced one as of right now. But that's part of this process, is making tough calls and making tough cuts in order to figure out things. So I did ask before about, at our last work session, about an explanation of the lobbyist positions. That was one of the items that the task force brought forward as an opportunity for reallocating funding from spending it on lobbyists and instead funding additional officers. We did get a couple of us, I'm not sure if everybody kind of requested this. I probably have requested it from Scott every year, is a list of positions in which he felt, as the city manager and the ultimate CEO of our city, what positions are mission critical. And number 2 on that list were patrol officers. And I think with the additional requests that we're making of our officers, the change in the, I wouldn't really say a change in the culture, but a progression in an already great culture to further that community engagement and involvement in community policing. One of the things that we identified is that in order to do a lot of those things, we need patrol officers in order to cover shifts, to have multiple shifts, to provide an opportunity for officers to go to training and do all those things that the community wants to see from our law enforcement. But right now, we are definitely, by any metric, not at the staffing level that we want to see in our law enforcement. Now, with that said, I would say we are understaffed in every department. I really want to make that clear, and I want staff to understand that I think this council really understands that we are understaffed in most every department. But pulling away from being a reactive law enforcement agency to a proactive one, and one that's out there getting to know their community and doing all the community engagement that we've talked about, that we want to see and that the voters voted on last November. I think it would be imperative of us to really add additional officers this year. And I know we had proposed 2, and I think, for one, that is the bare minimum that I was hoping to get. And so last time I did ask for a presentation or some information on the lobbyists, what we feel like we could get from that, what would be the difference between what we would get back from a federal and state lobbyist, and different things like that. Because for me, that was in all fairness, the line item that I felt like we could take funds from in order to add 2 police officers. I've certainly asked of council if there were other ideas of ways we could cut, and that discussion seemed like it didn't want to be had. But that's what we're here for in these work sessions, to talk these things out, to make recommendations, to pitch each other on the ideas that we have, to either fund something or to cut something. And so I was hoping that we could get into that dialogue and have that conversation. But for me, I'm still in the same position I was when we met at our last work session. Until I have further understanding of what we can get from that, I would like to propose a change. So with that being said, just to kind of move the discussion on, I'll make a motion that we remove funding from the lobbyist line item, cut by the amount that hasn't already been kind of allocated to what the cost would be from the federal lobbyist funding. And I'll have Scott back me up on that number, what that is, but that's my motion to make a cut of that amount from the budget.
Second. Oh.
Motion by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale, that we remove the remaining amount of the lobbyist budget, and then correspondingly reduce the amount of fines that we are proposing to collect. Am I hearing that correctly?
My motion was only, I'll get to that one, but my motion was only right now just to keep things concise. And so we can vote on each individual thing. My motion was to remove the funding so far from the lobbyist position that would be allocated for the state lobbyist position.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilor Flores Kale.
Can I?
Is there any discussion on the
The
motion?
BS seconded that, I think.
That's just state, right? Not federal? Or is that both lobbyists?
So far, I've only made a motion on the funding. And Scott or Pervez, could you give me the number that what that number is?
So the budget amount for the federal lobbyist is $172,000. The original budget amount.
Right now, the proposed budget has $300,000.
300 minus 172.
So 128?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The difference? 172?
Yes, sir.
128?
So we're deleting 172,000 or 128,000?
128. So my motion is right now only for the 128,000 removal from the line item budget for the lobbyist position.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
In order to, I guess I'll clarify, in order to fund, to allocate money towards funding patrol officers.
Well, hang on, is that your motion, in order to allocate funding? Because I definitely have other
that's my
places I'd
motion.
rather spend that money.
I'll take my motion back and I'll take, if the second, just to clarify. So my motion to clarify is to reduce the lobbyist line item budget by 128,000 in order to allocate funding towards funding patrol officers.
Second.
Okay, when you say to allocate funding towards patrol officers, there's already, I'm sorry to clarify, but there's already 2 patrol officers in the budget. The item that funds that is not the lobbyist budget. The item that funds that is the $190,000 change in citations. So you're wanting to take three things: or keep the patrol officers the same, reduce the lobbyist by 128, and then reduce the increase in revenues proportion from 190 down to 62. Is that right, Pervez? Is that the math?
I think what I heard earlier was that he wanted to, this was a standalone motion. So he was going to.
So.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, I'll attempt to clarify then. So, if I see what you're getting at, Mayor, I understand your point, because I would like to take away the funding source being citations and tickets. So, then I'll make a more a thicker motion than here. So then I motion that we reduce by the exact amount, and I don't know, could we get that sheet of paper or something that you had up on the screen as well, so I can have that dollar amount? Okay, thank you. So I motion that we reduce the, so item F on there, 1F, reduce the amount to 0 from the increase in citation and fines revenues, we allocate $128,000 towards that so we reduce the lobbyist line item by $128,000. And so we already have the additional 2 patrol positions in there, which are 171, correct? So we're a slight difference off. I wanted to make a motion for us to go on that because I have an additional place where I would recommend that we find that funding, but I was trying not to make such a convoluted item. I was trying to take it one by one. But my goal here is to increase the patrol officer hiring and not take it from increased citation and fines. That
So
is
from,
my
like,
goal
you're saying to
here.
go from, your goal is to go from 2 to 4?
Yes, ultimately, yes, that is what I'd like to get to. And this is one of the ways that I'm proposing that we do that.
So I think what you're proposing is to reduce line item F from 190 to 62. And
Okay,
eliminate
yes,
the fund,
we'll
and
do
eliminate
that.
the
Keep it
funding
even.
for the lobbyists.
By 128,000.
Right.
Not both lobbyists. I'm just saying for the one that the state lobbyists. So 128,000, because that was the difference from the federal and state lobbyists.
Does that make sense, Pervez? Is that reducing the 190 to 62?
Let me make sure I understand the motion, and then we'll do the math. What I hear the motion to read was to reduce the fines by $190,000. Reduce the lobbyist budget line item by $128,000.
That math doesn't work. You can only reduce 190 to 62 unless you find another 62. And that hasn't even started you on increasing patrol officers.
Right.
So.
Right. So, once again, I was trying to keep this shorter than being more convoluted. So yes, it would need to go from 190 to 62,000 of 1F. And then in order to do that, decreasing the lobbyist line item by 128.
There's been a request to make any changes one item at a time. So I think that's what you were trying to do at the beginning, Dex. I apologize if I got you twisted on that. So why don't we just do it one thing at a time? So let's have a vote on the state lobby budget, and that'll create some cash, and then we can apply that cash in the form of a vote for some other way. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Well, I just wanted to be clear on what I'm moving that money.
It'll
over to.
help Pervez keep track
that
as
is-
well. So.
Yeah, I understand.
So-
I just want council and public to know why I'm reducing that line item and what I'm trying to fund with that line item. So certainly I understand if it helps to do it one at a time, that's what I thought would be the best case, but whatever helps staff and keeps this all in order.
I'm just trying to help him get the motion on the table because we're kind of messing it up. So can we just one more time repeat the motion, and that's just to eliminate 128 from the lobbying budget?
So moved.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ellison, seconded by Councilman Flores-Kale, that we reduce the lobbying budget from 300,000 to 100 and, I forgot what the number is.
72.
172. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilman Bradshaw.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually have two questions. The first one is for Councilmember Ellison. You mentioned talking to the task force, and I'm just curious as to which task force you were referring to.
Prop F.
Interesting. And then
Yeah,
also,
we brought this
Scott?
forward in the last work session.
Scott, can you tell me if state lobbyists are able to bring in funds specifically for the police department?
Probably gonna have to lean on Chief Barnett to round out my answer here. My first blush is I don't know. There are state funds available, there are federal funds available, there are certain pass-through funds that come through the state. There are JAG grants, there are funds that come through the Office of Attorney General. We have applied and been successful for those in the past. However, recently the rules have changed where federal dollars that come to municipalities for officers have many more strings attached than in the past when we were able to receive those grants. So I would assume if there was, a separate fund of money that was available through the state for officers would be outside of the traditional, federal or state pass-throughs.
Chief Burnett, do you know if state lobbyists are able to bring in any additional funds?
Mayor and Council, Chief Barnett, Jeff, for the Police Department. So I think the city manager summarized that perfectly. He's right. The traditional method of funding police agencies with grant funds generally come through the local council of governments, through the office of the governor, and upwards through the federal government. Those are generally in a very organized pattern. The grant periods are well open to cities to apply for, with the exception of the strings that the city manager outlined. So it's a very non-traditional pattern if an outside lobbyist is going to bring in local dollars for the police department. I don't want to say it's impossible, but I've never really had that experience. It's all been grant funded through the traditional methods.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Out of curiosity, do we know of any cities that have used lobbyists to fund police officers' employment? Is this a thing, I guess is what I'm asking?
I'm not aware of.
Okay, and I just want to be clear that I have asked on several occasions to see what state lobbyists do for a city, and it doesn't have to be anyone in particular, but if they could have provided that and I could have looked and I had the opportunity to see what they have to offer, then I would be a little more amenable to talking about that. The problem is I haven't seen that information, and it's been requested twice. So it makes it difficult to support something that I know nothing about, especially when it's over $100,000. And I know we need, if nothing else, police officers. Again, if nothing else, we need employees. So if there is that possibility where we could fund police officers with a lobbyist, I'd be willing to listen to that.
Well, so the focus of hiring a firm to support the city, it's not limited to a specific department. It's much broader than that. I don't think that at any point that we have tried to hold out since this budget and the dollar amount was first pitched to council in our budget workshop, that it was specifically going to be for police or police officers or anything along those lines. It's the line item in the budget that gives us a chance to raise funds that we might not otherwise be able to raise, or to have influence that we might not otherwise be able to have. And I've gone back and tried to think sort of in the past, because in the future you don't know. Like, what are you going to do in the future? Well, it just depends on what the opportunities are. But in the past, there have been quite a few different things that have happened in our city that I wish we had some, better state level support. The biggest one being the fact that there's a 42-inch, 1,432 PSI natural gas pipeline that goes through our city. And the organizations that made that decision and allowed for that to happen exists at a high level at the State Department. It would have been very nice to have had a heads up before October and reading about it in the paper, and that's the kind of thing that I would have liked for us to have had that chance to make that impact. And the question is, if we had a really good state lobbyist, would that have made an impact on Kinder Morgan? Obviously, everybody can have an opinion about that. I certainly know that, at least from my standpoint, I would have liked to have seen that. I think there could have been a possibility to negotiate for rerouting early on. So that's just one example. The other is that a lot of the economic development that happens at the state level, not at the federal level. The Texas Economic Development group underneath the governor, they interface with a lot of those companies, those that are searching that you don't know their names, but you know that they're out there, they retain a lot of those same types of firms, and it'd be kind of neat to use a state lobbyist to help with maybe a, high-level economic development prospect. And then obviously, as it relates to working through state-level funding through Campo and TxDOT, prioritization of projects, you need to be able to make the right connections, and so I could go on. The question of whether or not the question about whether or not this money is wisely spent on a police officer or a state lobbyist, I think is right there in that little $190,000, because you know exactly what the value of the officer is there in terms of what that you put in or 250,000 into police officers, they have the potential maybe to ride as much as $190,000 in tickets. So there's a thought there that maybe they could pay for themselves. You put in $128,000 in state lobbyists, the expectation is they could bring back as much as 10 or 20 or 50 times that in return to the city, and that's the expectation. So, it really is, it's about prioritization. The amount that some of our sister cities spend on that type of representation is, can be lower or higher. And we've seen that, in other cities, Cedar Park, for example, was one who I interfaced with recently and asked them about whether state or federal lobbyists were something that they believed in or not. Their answer was 100%. It's the most important money we spend in the budget, and the state lobbyist is more impactful than the federal lobbyist in many ways. So, but if you want to knock it down, if it's too much too fast, obviously I can understand that. I'll never be able to support it because I feel like it's cutting off your nose to spite your face. I think we've been doing that for a number of years by not having representation when other cities have, and have brought down example after example of just crushing us at the lobby game and at the fundraising game. So, I stand ready to get in on that ground and compete with these other cities, especially as we become an entitlement city of 50,000. Having that representation is certainly something that I think is extremely important, and I think has done us great harm not having it up until this point, but certainly would do even more. But that's my piece on it. And whether or not more officers are needed or not, I think that we need more officers, but as has been said, we need positions in other departments. I can think of some that I think, some positions and some outcomes in particular that I think we should be pursuing that we do not currently have budgeted, that I would love to bring up as opposed to going from 2 officers to 4, because there are definitely areas in our city where we are under-delivering. But we can have that discussion as well. So those are my thoughts. Councilmember Bradshaw.
Mayor, you mentioned a return of funds in the 10 to 50 times range. Do you know how long it would take to start seeing those dollars?
Nope, it's not a crystal ball. Those things take time, and honestly, it depends. I mean, are we going to have a natural disaster soon? Is there going to be a big economic development prospect?
Would it be like same fiscal year, or?
The expectation would be that if we are not making considerable headway on projects within the first year, or where we can see it, then we wouldn't want to move forward. But you don't know until you try. And, I'd want to hire companies that have a proven record of delivering for other cities and use that as my basis, because nobody has a crystal ball. But I would think that with the city of Kyle and its current growth rates, its demographics, its opportunities, that there would be many different ways for us to go after, earmarks, appropriations, and influence at the state and the federal level. But economic development in particular happens probably more at the state level than it does at the federal level. And one thing that it's not just about roads projects or grants, it's also about influence and economic development, and those organizations can help with that as well. Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I have a question to both Scott and Perez. Is there a guarantee if we get a lobbyist that we will receive money?
I would defer that to our city manager.
No, there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee. So we're just kind of hoping if we get a lobby, and we're not saying that we're not going to have a federal lobbyist, and I'm even open to having a state only. It's really up to the dais. I don't mind having one, but I think to have both in the same year is really, it's a lot. And so at this point, I'm okay with just one lobbyist, whether it be federal or state. And if you feel like state would be more beneficial, I'd be open to that. But knowing that our police officers and even our Parks and Rec, and let's be honest, a lot of employees are overworked and overwhelmed, I would like to see that money and it allocated a little bit differently.
The only thing I know is from a guarantee standpoint is that if we don't hire someone, they will not produce any return. So the guarantee is on the other side. If you do hire them, there is no guarantee, though. That is definitely correct. Councilor Tobias.
Thank you. All right. Okay. I see both sides of the story. I understand the want for lobbyists. I understand the desire to have the lobbyists for the funding. But you're right, there is still no guarantee of the money invested, we would get something back in return. And again, when I spoke to the chief, we brought up how many officers are on duty at any regular time, especially in the evenings, we say 4 to 1. And our population's at 50,000 plus, so you're putting one officer per every 10,000 people. So I agree with Councilman Ellison from the beginning when we had this discussion back at the last budget meeting to increase it by 2 officers where we actually have 4. Actually, there goes somebody taking off right now for emergency. I understand where we're at, but I still feel that when we have these additional officers, it would really help with recruiting. Because I've talked with officers that I work with, and from somebody who does a lot of mandatory overtime. When they go and they look for positions, when they get out of the academy, whenever they see that there's 1 or 2 positions open in one agency, they have a real long shot on getting on board. You open it up to 4, we might be able to get those good qualified officers to join our force. That's the gold standard that we have. And also, again, the public safety should always be the priority that I've always stressed. Now, it's not that I am putting blinders on saying that I'm all about the law enforcement. Of course I support it, but I've also supported other departments in the city as well. I voted for a lot of things for the Parks and Rec to get what they need. Same thing for the Public Works Department. But I think with this right here, I understand, Mayor, you're saying about prioritizing and getting the funding now. But again, there's still just no guarantee. And everybody, we are still in a crisis. We still are in a pandemic. We don't know the guarantees of what a lobbyist could do for us down the road. So I think right now, if we have the money, we have the available funds to get these officers, we could be able to get our city up to staff with the additional 4. It would really benefit us later on down the road.
Councilman Rizzo.
Scott, just real quick, are we were looking at increasing fines, or we were just looking at finally going back to normal? That's my first question.
So the historic revenue numbers have been closer to $1 million. This year, I believe we're trending end of year about 400,000 roughly.
That's correct.
So we're about $600,000 less than pre-COVID numbers for revenue. Not to say that we have any sort of quota or expectation, but during the COVID years, we've been basically easing off the gas pedal to our residents. The hope in this budget with additional things in addition to the patrol officers like LPR, license plate readers, coming out of COVID, we think we will just naturally gravitate back towards some of those historical numbers.
To normal.
Correct.
Back to normal, really, not historical, normal. Normacy is what I'm
norm.
thinking, what we did pre-pandemic. What's gonna happen to those dollars if we take them away from the officers? Because right now we're funding 2 officers. What are we gonna do with those dollars? And are they just gonna sit there?
So that money will just come into general revenue, and so that it will be unappropriated funds in the general fund.
So it's just money sitting there.
Correct.
So, okay, that's my first question, because I don't like to see money just sit there, especially when we have a need. My second question goes back to, I guess it's not really a question, it's just to answer something that Councilmember Tobias brought up a minute ago about the middle of a pandemic. One of the things I want to talk about is that, talking to a past council member from San Marcos, after the Memorial Day floods, their lobbyists helped them secure a huge amount of money to help them with their flood mitigation. If they didn't have that lobbyist in there, they wouldn't have received anything. And they were able to do that, because the reason I can tell you they wouldn't receive anything, because we didn't receive anything, because we didn't have a lobbyist advocating for us. San Marcos did, and they the benefit for them outweighed their initial investment 100 times fold, you know. So I think I worry about everything that's coming up forward, you know, the needs that we need infrastructure-wise, what we need as a city. Because for me, public safety is not just the officers, it's the roads that we travel, because our roads right now are not safe. A lot of our roads are unmarked. I got a phone call this week about the road in front of Lehman not having the markings to divide the 2 roads. So I know that for me, public safety goes, it's the police department, it's the roadways, it's the lighting, it's a little bit of everything when I'm thinking about it. And I'm thinking, how do I get dollars for all this? And I really don't know, because we're thinking of creative ways to do that. But I think that if we've got money coming in, we shouldn't leave it on the shelf. The other thing is that if there's potential there, I think that sometimes life is a gamble. I mean, I know I'm just, I guess I'm torn both ways, but I think if we're going to go federal lobbyist, and the reason we're doing it is because we have the federal government coming in with an infrastructure plan. That plan is also going to trickle down to the state level. I think that those are going to allocate dollars to state, and the state's going to allocate those dollars to cities. I hate to say it, they have lobbyists, and we don't. And if our goal is not to address our infrastructure, then yeah, let's not go towards a state lobbyist. But I think we should pursue our interviews this year. And in the past, I wasn't for a state lobbyist. But after doing some research, I'm kind of leaning that way. One of the reasons why this year I'm even supporting a federal lobbyist is because of the infrastructure plan that's coming forward. And I'd really like us to take full advantage of that as a city, because infrastructure-wise, we're hurting. We're behind the times. We have clay pipe in certain areas of the city still, and anything we could do to improve that would be great. But as far as taking dollars away from 2 officers, I don't know. I'm having a little bit of an issue with that, because that money's just going to sit there. So that money's coming in no matter what. Where we allocate it, I want to make sure that it's not just going to sit there. If we're not going to fund the 2 officers, then let's find somewhere to put that money that's going to help our city, whether it's going to be in infrastructure or something. I don't know. Just my thoughts.
Councilmember Ellison.
All right, so I will have to say, after this discussion, I feel like y'all have made a strong case that it should be the federal lobbyist allocation that we should be cutting, so the 172 as opposed to the state one. So I'll say this, I understand the arguments for the lobbyists, and I understand, you know, if you don't do it, then you're definitely not going to get any funding. Just like it's no guarantee if you have a lobbyist to get the funding. So I completely understand that. I'm not even proposing that we cut both lobbyists. I'm saying that rather than jumping in both feet with both a federal and state lobbyist, that we have still as a council and the public has yet to hear a legitimate presentation on what this could bring towards our city for us just to narrow it down to 1. That's what I'm asking for. And then to use that funding to fund officers. And as far as money just sitting there, this is a projected dollar amount, council. This is not a guaranteed dollar amount that we'll get in citation revenues and fine revenues. This is projected that if things go back to that. But aren't we trying to build a city of that is safe, and maybe there won't be that funding because we are changing the way we approach policing and the community engagement and just different things like that, where maybe those projections aren't met because of the change that we're doing, and that we're going from a reactive police force to a more proactive police force. So it's not taking away the citation revenue to take away from the funding to officers. The objective here, if I cannot be even more clear, is to add more patrol officers. That is the objective. And I'm trying to find dollars elsewhere besides projected citation and fine revenues in order to fund said officers. That is the goal here. And I proposed to the task force that this was an option. The task force, we had a discussion about it, and that's what we brought forward last time. So, I'm sorry?
You keep saying you proposed to the task force about the police budget. So that's...
Yeah, I'm being transparent, that I was the one that brought forward the idea that this is additional officers to add in order to meet the objectives of the task force ordinance. And then I was the one that pitched the task force on where we could find money to do that. That is what we're supposed to be doing. And so therefore I pitched the task force on it, and we had a discussion about it, and we agreed to pitch that to the council.
Yeah, and I believe that's very inappropriate that you did that.
How is that inappropriate? Everything is being done in a manner that, okay, I'm bringing forward an idea to a task force that was sanctioned by the council. That task force would then
that's
make a recommendation
that's where we
to the
dispute
council.
this.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Stop interrupting me. So we then brought that recommendation to the council. So there wasn't like a local government funding that was brought forward and allocated. Whose idea was it to put $300,000 for a lobbyist? There was no task force formed on that. That certainly wasn't staff's idea. So don't tell me what isn't appropriate. So the way I went about it was exactly a way of bringing forward to a task force that was sanctioned by the council, and then that task force then coming to the council to pitch this idea, which the council can accept or reject, not just allocating funds and directing staff to put funds in a budget like the $300,000 or the local government code or these other different things without any kind of consultation of the council. So I want to pause you on that, it being inappropriate. Everything that I just laid out is an appropriate way of moving things forward. So that is on that. But so that
I
is
disagree.
how that happened. And I'm just being open and public about how that came about. That was, yes, my idea. And certainly, if you have some ideas on things that other city positions that you would like to fund or other items in which you think we should cut, I asked you for that last time in the last budget work session, and you did not give anything. This is where we need to have these discussions, and certainly before first reading. But so that is where those discussions should have had. So if you had some ideas of some other staff members or positions that you would like to add, present that. Talk to us about it. That is how you go about that. Same thing. If you have another idea of somewhere else to cut besides the lobbyist line item, then you should have presented that last meeting when it was asked of you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I think the question really before us is whether or not it's appropriate to cut a portion or all of the lobbyist funding. I think it's a little bit unfair to, I understand the desire of where to take the money, but the motion is really about whether or not we should cut this item. And then after that, if it's accepted or rejected, then there's other areas where council members who want to create funds to then use for police officers can do that. I don't necessarily think it's fair to ask another council member where to cut because they don't want to cut this item. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm never against funding our officers. I don't think this council is against funding the police department and the officers. But what I am against is cutting this funding right here. And so when I vote against cutting this funding, it's because I find this line item to be an investment and bring us back more money. And everybody that I've talked to about this thinks this is a smart idea for us to be doing as a city. So I'm not going to be in favor of cutting this item from state or federal, because I also believe it's covering all our bases. In a pandemic, in a time when the government is giving away more money than we've ever seen it give away before. So I'm a little bit teed off that we're getting to this point. It's getting a little embarrassing. But I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm not in favor of cutting this, and we can go ahead and take a vote because we're not getting anywhere. But if you guys want to cut something else from the budget to fund officers, or you don't want to go back to historical revenues and use that to fund the officers, that's fine. I mean, cut it somewhere else. But I'm really hoping that we keep this in the budget because this is a smart line item for us as a city to move forward with.
All right, we have a motion, a second. We have, on the floor. The motion is to just to cut the state lobby amount that we have said. So a yes vote would be to cut that. Does not affect the police budget at this time. Only that item. So roll call vote.
Tobias,
Aye.
Coach,
Nay.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Bradshaw, Rizzo,
Nay.
Mitchell,
Nay.
Ellison,
Aye.
All right, motion fails 3-4, 4-3, however you would say that. I never know which one to put first there, so. Does anybody else have any ideas? We still have the 2 officers funded in the position. It sounds like there's a desire for a couple more officers.
Mayor.
I'd like to make some proposals as well for ways to get our parks cleaned up a little bit better in our right-of-way, but Councilor Rizzo, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted a chance to look at a line item. So we're looking at line item of the addition of a deputy city manager, assistant city manager. It's a $250,000, $250,348 line item. When I'm looking at this item, I'm looking back at this chart that shows us the way things are allocated as far as city manager, assistant city manager, and chief of staff, and then maybe possibly another city manager. When I look at the chart, what I see is I see a city manager and I see 3 assistant city managers. Unfortunately, one of those city managers only has a chief of staff title. I think that title should be changed. I'm not advocating for a pay raise at this time, sorry, but I am looking at changing that description, because if I'm looking at this chart right, he has almost the same job duties as the other assistant city manager, and then we're thinking about adding a deputy, which I would like to rather see as an assistant city manager as well, and at a cheaper price tag of maybe about $160,000 a year, which allocates another $100,000 if we wanted to add a police officer. I think we could get it from there. My thinking on this is I'm looking at this chart that was provided to us, and it shows that our city manager is in charge of infrastructure, CIP, community development, and then our chief of staff is in charge of quality of life, tourism, public safety, and then the new one would be in charge of business growth, economic development, administrative support. I see 3 assistant city managers is what I'm looking at, and 1 city manager. And one reason why I say that is that we have a city manager right now, and I think he makes a good deal of money, but he's definitely worth it because he puts in a lot of time, a lot of work. But I think if we're going to give him some help, I think it would be an assistant city manager is what we're looking at. And I would look at promoting our chief of staff to an assistant city manager as well, and having 3 city managers and saving $100,000. Scott, I think you do a great job of running the city, and I think that you being the head of the city right now with council, direction, I think you're doing a great job. I don't want to see something else created, like a deputy city manager. I think that would break the chain of command. I think having 3 assistant city managers and each one of them taking on the 2 departments would probably be the way to go. And I'd like to see it that way. And I think that would save us $100,000 as well. And we could allocate that towards another officer.
Go ahead, Scott.
All right. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate those words. I'm anticipating some questions that you're going to have, so let me just put some information out on the table. So having a third assistant city manager is also something that we've looked at, and I've run some numbers, asked Pervez and Sandra to look at some parity analysis, and then what that salary plus benefits would look like for both assistant city manager, bringing in someone new, and then also to bring our chief of staff to an assistant city manager level. So I know you said you didn't want to add a pay component, but I'll throw a dollar amount out there in case that's part of the conversation. The salary plus benefits plus support costs for an assistant city manager with the parity cities that we have is roughly $195,000 all in. So that's taking a base parity wage of about $134,000 for that position. The pay differential, if we were to move from just a chief of staff position to an assistant city manager position, just looking at the positions and not the person filling that, is roughly $40,000.
Okay.
Salary, benefits, support costs.
So, and we're looking at 250 for a deputy, so we would take 40 there and then 190, so what would we be left with that, Perez?
15,000.
15,000?
Well, Scott, what is your thoughts on what Councilor Rizzo said? I mean, that's not meritless. So, I mean, it's just, do you think that you would be better served having 3 assistant city managers of equal status? Or would you be better served with there being some hierarchy in that circle?
That's a great question. I've really thought about it. I've looked at it, run a different org chart scenarios of what that could look like. I've talked to James and Jerry, both who are in those positions right now. And I think this next year moving forward, it probably is better for us just to move into a third assistant city manager position. If at some future date we need to promote one of those into our hierarchical deputy position, then we can explore that in future budgets. But right now, just from a span of control, what I would have as a city manager is those 3 direct reports, and then any other direct report that I have currently would be offset to that third assistant city manager. So I think it would be okay from a span.
Except for legal and communications.
Well, so the way we're gonna do it,
Finance.
and I would put city secretary in there also, they would still have direct communication with me from a day-to-day management perspective, but from what I talked about at the last budget work session, where a weekly and more ongoing mentoring, coaching, supervisory role, that component could be offset to those positions other than legal, right? And legal would continue to report to per the charter.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be in favor of promoting. I think that you'd have too many heads there, and that's what I'm worried about. I always think about the chain of command, and I think, having a city manager giving direction and 3 assistants is probably the best way to route. I don't think the other reason is that we hired you to run the city, and I'm just gonna be honest about it. We hired you to run the city, and I think we did a great, the council of the past done a great job of finding you and bringing you to our city. I think President Council now working with you is doing a great job as well. But I want to make sure that we have that chain of command. You are one employee for the city council, and I want to keep it that way. So I wouldn't be in favor of promoting later on. I think having 3 assistant city managers is already a stretch, and I think I'd like to keep it there and not take it any higher, elevated.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for your opinion, because it does matter. And I know when the idea was thrown out there, originally it was brought up that myself and another council member had said that we'd like to see you have help. And so that is completely true. However, I never phantomed the idea of having a deputy. I always just saw it as somebody to assist. And so it kind of relieves me that Councilmember Rizzo brings this up, because although I do like the idea of getting another assistant, I think a deputy was kind of off the charts for me, and that was never what I intended to bring about or to think when I made that statement. So I wanted to clarify that, and then I wanted to thank you for your open and honesty about what you feel like should be would be most helpful to you.
So your suggestion would be for us to create
A third assistant city manager.
well, but we don't have a second, so we only have one.
Right,
So
that-
you're
that's
saying
correct.
to create 2 assistant city manager positions and then do away with the chief of staff?
That's
organ-
correct.
You know, structurally.
Yes, sir.
And then the pay y'all have got sorted out, and it's about a $15,000 net savings compared to what's currently proposed?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
So it's a reclassification of our chief of staff to ACM and an additional ACM.
That's correct.
And you feel that that's going to get you the help that Councilmember Kale and Councilmember Bradshaw brought up that initial need.
Yeah, this,
Yeah.
Kyle is, I believe it is the fastest growing city in the United States. And with that, and with the reduced staff that we have compared to other cities our size, we need help. Combine that with the council's proactive direction, which is incredible. But this council is very active, and the city has gone just amazing places because of it. I believe the focus and the direction of council for me is to shift away from day-to-day management of staff and direct reports to really what I have been doing, which is much more council relations. You know, we talk about the lobbyists, you know, federal, state, advocacy, a lot of economic development, a lot of negotiating with local development. That will continue, and it will continue to involve the council as much as you desire. So with that, the city's still going places. We have tremendous momentum right now. I don't want to see that momentum slow down just because I can't handle it with my schedule. I'm putting in 14 to 16-hour days right now just to keep up. I probably will still do that, but just differently. It'll be focused on the council direction, right? And as I mentioned at the last work session, I do think from a supervisory standpoint, those who have been my direct reports have been underserved by my inability to coach and direct them on a more frequent basis. So this would allow that to happen.
Well, if that's what you feel is best, Scott, that was always what I supported. And so thank you, Councilmember Rizzo, for bringing that up. I think that's a great way to do it. I think it can solve a lot of problems, which is all we were really trying to do here. So that sounds good to me.
Definitely. So I'd like to make a motion to amend that to promoting chief of staff to assistant city manager and hiring another city manager.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we reprioritize the chief of staff position to assistant city manager, that we reduce the deputy city manager to assistant city manager, and that we make the funding adjustments as has been discussed, which is a net savings from the proposed budget of $15,000. Does all that seem correct?
That's correct.
All right. You got that, Pervez?
Yes,
Does that seem
sir.
accurate? All right,
Got it.
any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, who's next? Who's got something they want to go towards?
I don't think we've quite solved the issue of the police officers that we were going to reallocate money for the lobbyist to. So I haven't thought about it until right now, because I thought, you know, the lobbyist was a good idea. And anyways, so my whole Can we do, it looks like there's a net increase in proposed ending fund balance. Can we use some of that in addition to the $15,000 that was saved with the assistant city manager position to hire those officers? Or if either one of you guys have any ideas, I'd be more than willing to discuss that.
There's definitely ways to get 2 more officers hired, if that's the desire. But frankly, you know, there's a lot of positions, and so the question is that the desire to find the money to hire 2 more officers? You know.
I thought I heard yes. I thought that.
Well, I know that's going to be a split thing, probably. Well, I mean, we probably all want to hire them. I'm okay to hire them. I care a great deal about how we get the money, obviously. So.
Not as much as lobbyists.
What's that?
Not as much as you'd like to have a lobbyist?
No, that's what I just said.
Right.
I care a great deal
so
about
my
how we
whole
get
point
the money.
was, I thought I'd like to go back to that because it was specifically stated that you were, not you, but another council member was in favor of, yes, they're not voting no for the police officers. They would just want to find another way to fund it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just looping back around.
So I have a question for clarification, Pervez. We still have, sorry to wake you up there. We still have 2 officers in the budget right now, though, with that 190.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
so we're still just talking about 2 additional officers on top of these 2 additional officers?
Yes, sir. Total
Okay.
of 4.
Okay, to get to 4, okay.
So those officers, just to be clear, Counselor, are being funded by projected revenues from citations and fines.
Well,
so we're essentially planning
I would
for
amend that to
officers.
say that the budget is being balanced from that line item, but the officers are just being funded, period. And that line item is fungible. It's like sales tax. We've got a $1.3 million surplus or $1.8 million surplus in sales tax as well. You know, so there's just, it's a very fungible dollar. It's just the easiest way, because that number has been reduced so much, to make the budget whole. But I don't think, it's not like if we miss that number that the police budget is going to be irrevocably, harmed, or that we're not going to be able to pay the officers. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
So and help me out with this, Scott, of the historical revenues that we are actually down, you think it's somewhere around $600,000? It was at $1 million, you're saying it was at 4 right now?
I'm going to look to Andy here to give us the accurate, but I think that's in rough numbers. It's close. We've looked at it.
Will these numbers include the current COVID situation?
Currently, for 18-19,
Or any kind of projected COVID situation? Because I'm going to be honest, nobody thought it was going to be as bad as it is now.
So the explanation or justification for the $190,000 increase is basically we're adding 2 officers. They will be patrolling in addition to the existing officers, and that we will be getting back to pre-COVID or pre-pandemic patrolling levels. So we're enhancing the projection for our citation revenue by $190,000 because of those 2 factors.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, could an issue like, the Delta variant affect those numbers in a way that it would be less?
It is very possible that we will not, the 190,000 will not materialize. However, you have other revenue sources that have really surprised us during pandemic, such as sales tax.
Agreed. So do you feel like that would be a better funding source than citations?
Either one will have the same net result. You'll have the 2 new officers, and we will balance the budget. So it's really how council would like to label that.
Yeah, it's a philosophy question, not a finance question. So yeah, Pervez is right, and Pervez is answering as the finance director, but it's the way that the funding is happening that I at least have a major issue with that.
Well, so I have a question. and this is actually probably more for Councilmember Ellison, but if our budget was, if the amount we were collecting is $1 million, but we reduce our budget to 400,000, are we now telling the officers that we want them to only collect 400,000? Or if we increase it to 6, by the number in the budget, is that giving them the number or the target to be looking for that they're trying, or are we just trying to accurately guess what we think the revenues will be? If we're trying to accurately guess what we think, the question is not, are we incentivizing officers to go out and issue citations? The question is, based on the amount of patrol that is available and our typical standard policies for issuing citations, are we accurately measuring that number? And is it low, or is it high, or is it accurate? So if it's too low, then we're not doing anyone any services because we've got money that's coming in that we're not accounting for. And if it's too high, it's just the opposite. So
Yeah, I think I can bring Chief back up because he tried to address that in work session number 3, where based on the new way of patrol as well as additional technologies, we think we will be at those numbers by accurately projecting rather than.
if we get those cameras, they'll take all the license plate readers. Doesn't matter. We don't care about the Constitution. That's fine. But that's how you get those numbers.
So, Mayor and Council, Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. So there are a lot of variables. Y'all discussed a lot of information and a lot of what ifs and what could happen. So I'll try to summarize the police department's position on all that. It is not in our interest at the police department about revenue. Our interest is in making the roadway safe and serving justice. And sometimes that culminates with a citation being issued or an arrest or whatnot. We are but one component of the entire process that the city may collect fines or fees or court costs or whatnot. Certainly it starts with the patrol officer issuing a citation in the field, but there are many components following that encounter with the citizen that result in revenue coming into the city's coffers. For example, you have to be able to hold court, and that has been a little challenging with COVID because it's difficult to get people together, and for a long time court was not operating in its normal capacity. Couldn't get juries together. People are entitled to jury trials, and that was obviously something the court system everywhere had to work through during the pandemic and determine how they're going to have jury trials for people who demand those and whatnot. A second thing that goes along with that, and it's well within the rights of the judge to be compassionate and to listen to the stories from the people who've been cited and to take the appropriate action as the court decides. All of that is outside the realm of a police officer's concern. They simply issued the citation. Whether that gets dismissed for the best use of justice or whether that gets reduced to a $1 fine or a $0 fine or community service, you name it, all of that is outside of our scope. What I can tell you, based on our recent budget workshop, is that we had hoped, and we do hope, that with increased numbers in staffing, and that means whether we get new positions or not, but as our current allotment of positions are getting filled, we only have one left, and we hope to have a job offer in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully we'll be fully staffed. And as officers graduate the police academy and the field training program, and they're out there doing the job that you actually hired them to do, which is to serve as a single officer in a patrol unit available to respond to a call. As all of those things come to fruition, we hope that we will have more officers out there in the community doing the job of a police officer. That would naturally lend itself to catching more traffic violators and issuing citations when that's the appropriate step. I also spoke about the change in police practices during COVID. We actually encouraged our police officers to avoid making traffic stops unless it was a life safety issue. So the expired registration and expired inspection, you may recall that the governor actually suspended that for a while. So those routine traffic encounters stopped. The tickets that we were writing for those expired registration and inspections actually went away for a while because there was no violation. We were actually strongly encouraged, and we agreed with avoiding taking people to jail if at all possible because of overcrowding, and then subsequently the jails had COVID in them eventually, and we wanted to avoid that catastrophe. So we changed the way we were policing, but we hope this is not regarding the current Delta variant that's increasing in numbers and whatnot. So this is from a few weeks ago. We talked about a return to normalcy for policing. We do make more traffic stops now. in part because more people are traveling. I mean, people are out and about and they're in our community. I have to tell you, our accident numbers are going through the roof right now. We have so many accidents every day in this community. Several of them are severe. We had a fatality where a pedestrian was hit and killed by a hit and run driver that we're still looking for, by the way. People are returning to the streets and to the public, and they're out and about, and therefore they're committing more traffic violations. Therefore, we're getting more complaints about those. So we're highly encouraging our officers to go out to make the roadways safer, to issue citations. Our job rarely ever, if ever, concerns anything about revenue and all that. We definitely do not have a quota. We definitely do not work with a quota or numbers or financial numbers associated with tickets in mind, because we have no idea if they're going to get dismissed in the best interest of justice. Maybe that's the right thing to do. But when I did make my comments a few weeks ago, those comments were based on a return to normal policing, irrespective of this Delta variant that is certainly plaguing our nation.
Chief, do you think the number that even with the 190 added, which is a total of 600?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's a reasonable number based on just typical not thinking about the number that's likely to come out?
I do think that's possible with the technology of license plate readers, and let me give you a very quick reminder of how that's going to help us. Those license plate readers are going to be attached to our warrant database, our municipal court warrant database. So if you owe the city of Kyle money, or you didn't show up for your ticket at least to talk to the judge about it, and they issue a warrant for you for failure to appear and plus your original charges, when you pass that Kyle police officer or the camera, wherever we may put it, we're going to get an alert that that license plate has an associated warrant for somebody who didn't come into court, and we can make the stop based on that alone. That's not something that normally happens. An officer doesn't always recognize the car that passed them because they may not have been the one that wrote the ticket anyway. So I do think a smarter use and better use of technology that's available, which you currently have in the budget right now, I mean, it's going to be available unless that changes, will aid our ability to serve outstanding warrants from our municipal court. I think that's going to go a long way. I don't have the number in front of me, but it's usually millions upon millions if you total the amount of money that people owe the city of Kyle for their fines. So that, plus a return to normal policing, because our officers are not necessarily encouraged at the moment not to make traffic stops. I think those two things, combined with our warrant officer, who's working very hard to serve those warrants on his own. He makes a lot of phone calls, he does mailers, he does all kinds of stuff. I do think that can bring about the role that we play in bringing that money to the city of Kyle. And I have to say that again, because remember, we are just one step. There are a lot of things that take place. You've got to have the ability to have court. And then the judge has to decide that he wants to issue fines rather than no fine at all, or community service and all that. And my comments are in no way reflected of the judge's actions, because that's certainly within their authority. And
Well, I mean, to summarize, I mean, you didn't get any undue chastising from the council when you were short by $600,000 because of the pandemic.
Absolutely.
And our budget was just fine, correct?
Yes, sir,
All
absolutely.
right. So understanding that you're going to police as appropriate given all those factors.
Absolutely.
I think, the number you're saying is probably going to be fine, but you're definitely ready to use those officers.
Yes, sir.
So my thought for the other two, if we're gonna try to all kind of agree that that's the direction, even though probably not where I'd want to go, but the way to get the other two would be to take a closer look at our sales tax projections, because our sales tax projections were short this year by like 20%. We had I don't know what the surplus is year to date at this point, but it's 1.7, something like that, 1.3, 1.8. 1.5. If I had guessed it, I would have gotten it. So but I was looking at your projections for 21, 22, and it's basically from 11.6 to 12.6. So you're projecting slightly less than 100,000 more per month next year than the year before. And I think we increased by a lot more than that this year. So it seems like it's on the conservative side. And this is full circle from my very first budget meeting, where I got on to Pervez for being
Conservative?
Too conservative. You were $200,000 off on the year.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir. Sure do.
So, just what some years will do to you, but that'd be a less sort of polarizing, or like if you're trying to avoid sending a mixed message by adjusting a citations budget, the sales tax budget I think's probably got plenty of room, because the last 2 years we've been crushing it through the middle of a pandemic. We got Costco coming in; they're going to be doing more than that amount, over the course of a year, just by one company. Will generate nearly $1 million a month
That'll
in
be
sales
the
tax.
next fiscal year.
It'll be the next fiscal year. I understand that. So, but we generated that kind of surplus this year too. So it's a moving target. You're never trying to get it perfect, but it's a moving target. If you've been way over the line, you're going to continue to be over the line. You can afford a couple officers that way as well. But or just unfunded is the other way. Just straight up out of general fund is another option. You don't have to actually cut anything if you want to add the 2 officers. You can just add the 2 officers. So I'm trying to give you options as opposed to trying to find something to cut. Well, I'm just the question to Pervez was, do you feel like our sales tax numbers are likely to be on the conservative side like they have been? Again, or you feel like 200,000 addition on the sales tax numbers would be?
I think there's room to add 200,000.
Yeah, I do too. So that'd be a thought for a way to quickly get the 2 officers. Councilman Bradshaw.
That was similar to my question, just basically for you, Pervez, how comfortable you would feel with adding those 2 additional officers, because I am a proponent for making sure that our PD is as staffed as we're capable of at the current time. But between sales tax revenue, I really don't want to say citations, because obviously that has a negative connotation based on the discussions we've had, but between the revenues that we have coming in as a city and possible even lobbyist revenues, how comfortable do you feel adding those 4 patrol officers, 4 in total?
So we've already funded the first 2. So they're taken care of, the budgeted balanced. So we're now talking about 2 additional officers. And for that, in round numbers, we need about $200,000. Because for every 2 officer, we also need to add a police pursuit vehicle.
And would that come out of could we take those 2 out of the sales tax projected? Because you say we might have a surplus there?
Yes, sir.
Roundabout.
I think in our projections, we have enough room to add $200,000 to sales tax.
And just out of curiosity, let's say we fall short, what is the ramification there? Where
They get fired.
Stop.
Sorry.
So sales tax is just one of many revenue sources. What we have seen in the past, if one source of revenue declines, there may be other sources of revenue that compensate for it. Development revenue, planning revenue, fee revenues, or just fund balance. So I feel very comfortable that if council wants to add 2 additional officers with their full gear that they need, that we can add $200,000 to sales tax projections.
Well, I'm not sure about the rest of council, but I certainly would rather see something like that. That's a win-win situation, rather than try to cut anything from anyone or any department.
I'd like to make a motion to fund 2 additional patrol officers with full ancillary costs and compensate for that with an adjustment in the sales tax projections.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Ellison.
Yes, I would like to see us cut the entirety of the revenues from citation and fines. And if we feel comfortable about 2 officers, and Councilmember Bradshaw, I thought was getting at this, was that we fund all 4 of those officers through sales tax revenues as opposed to any of the funding coming from citations and fines.
Okay. We can go back and change the other 2 funding source Right now, we have the motion on the floor for the 2 officers from sales tax projections. So your comment is not lost, it's just not in this current motion. We'd have to go back and change the other one. So is that okay with you to vote on this one and then go back?
That's okay with me. I mean, we've made other motions and talked about other things, so I was telling how the council, how I feel about it.
Right. Any other thought on that or desire? I'm not trying to rush a vote. That's not what that was. It's just kind of a clear spot. All right. I'm just going to call for the vote then. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So one thought could be to reduce the budget for citations by 190,000 and increase the budget for sales tax projections by 190,000. That would solve
So
your,
moved.
all right, so you want to make that motion? Sorry, I didn't.
I make a motion that we reduce the line item for funding for citations and fines by 190,000, whatever the number is, please fill in the blank, staff, and increase it by that same exact number of sales tax revenues to fund the 2 patrol officer positions.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Y'all clear on that item?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion on that motion?
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-1.
Can I say thank you to Ashley for finding a good solution?
Well, I don't want to take the credit for that. I think it was just having a collaborative conversation with staff and as a
I
council.
thought you had asked Perez, and then they kind of find like a middle ground. So, well, then if you don't want that, I'll just take it back.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I think we all support public safety. I think, when you look at the number one duty of a council member, it's public safety. When you look at what your responsibilities are. And I think, public safety is officers, that's our streets, that's our lighting, everything for the public. And I think what we just did right now is we came together, we're able to bring the 4 officers that are needed for patrol, hopefully to do a shift that will overlap is one of the things I've looked at. So I hope that comes to fruition. But, when I see people's bad habits on the roads and the system that was just hit, I'm glad that we were able to find the funding for the 4 officers. I think it's much needed, and I think it was a positive win for the city.
All right, we want to keep going on items here. We want to pause it, move on.
Keep going.
Any items on the budget that we want to add? You have a bunch of budget amendments you want to make?
No, I
Is that
for 29.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a workshop. We're in a workshop right now, so just, everybody's finished then? All right, we're going to move on then. Actually, sorry. With those amendments, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as amended.
Second.
All right, moved by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on that motion? I think this one has to be roll call.
Yes, sir.
All right, roll call vote.
Bradshaw,
Aye.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Tobias,
Aye.
Ellison,
Nay.
Flores Kale. Coach.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 29, first reading, approve an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, fixing the ad valorem tax property rate for tax year 2021, fiscal year 21-22 at .5082 per $100, et cetera. Mr. Sellers, we've already had the public hearing on this. Anything to add to the tax rate?
No, sir.
Does anybody have anything they want to say before a motion on it? Councilmember Flores.
I just want to clarify or allow Mr. Sellers to clarify what this means. Let people know that this is not, we're actually decreasing the interest. Wait, yeah, we're decreasing it, but kind of explain what the rollback is and how it works, because I've already seen people mad because they think what we're doing is getting it right below the amount that you have to vote for. But anyway, I'm gonna let Scott explain it because he does a much better job. But I think this is really important to discuss and to clarify, because we are not, in fact, raising the rate. We are decreasing it. And with that, Scott's gonna tell you why.
Oh, boy. Put on the spot, and I really don't know how great of a job I'm going to do.
He does good every time.
I'm going to look at Pervez to fill in the gaps here. There are really two components to there are two components of the tax rate, which is the M&O, maintenance and operations, and then the INS, which is interest and sinking. Of that, when we're looking at the tax rate, there are also components. One is the effective tax rate, and the other is the rollback tax rate. Each year, as a growing city is reappraised by the appraisal district, the valuation of the underlying properties increases. And so the effective rate is basically the rate that we would need to continue to bring in the same revenue as last year, right? Based on property values that increase year over year, that effective rate changes, right? So your property adds value. Let's say you have a $250,000 home. Now the appraisal district says it's worth $275,000. The tax rate is a set number that the council adopts each year. So that's 52 cents per 100 on the valuation of your property. So the assessment, or the appraisal of your property has gone up. The tax rate has remained the same, but the amount collected increases because the value of your property has increased. The effective rate then, or the amount that we brought in last year, is different because now we're bringing more in this year due to those increased appraisals. When that rate then is above the rollback rate, which is the other component, then it can trigger an election of the people, the voters, that would have the ability to vote and roll back that rate, that new effective rate, to the rate that was from the last year collection. So the rate that we are putting forward is a rate that is below that rollback rate, which would then not trigger an election of the people. So this year, that based on the calculations that we've received from the tax appraisal district, we are reducing our tax rate, our effective rate now for the next year, to 50 cents, 0.508. 5082, to stay just below that rollback rate. We'll still be collecting probably a little bit more based on the increased total assessed value of the entire city, but yet the rate itself will be reduced in the budget.
So let me ask you this, is it because Hays County increases the value of our house that we now have to lower our rate, or if we leave it the same, we have to vote on it?
That's correct. Both of those assumptions are correct, and I'll just remind anyone listening that the city of Kyle collects 19%, typically it's roughly 19% of the total tax bill that a property owner pays. So with that said, the appraisal district is increasing what we pay to all of those taxing entities, the highest one being the school district.
Okay. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Perez?
No.
I just want to make sure people understand this because it is really complicated. So
Yeah, and entities like the ESDs, like the fire department, they don't have to reduce their tax rates. So their revenues go up at a higher percentage proportionally than ours. So they're getting stronger financially. We're having to come down based on predatory state law.
So what that means is, like, when the value of our houses go up,
their
the
rate's 10
ESD
cents.
doesn't have to
Right, their rate's
roll
10
back,
cents,
yes.
it stays 10 cents, so they're making more money. So we should probably ask them to start helping the city by giving us some of that.
Yeah, and I'll also add, going back to the interest and sinking component of the tax rate, that's debt that the city has authorized for all these projects. So that amount can't change, right? So we have got to defease debt in the schedule that it's been given to us. The component that gets chewed into here is the maintenance and operation, which is basically our ability to provide services.
Okay, Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that. If we wanted to stay the same, we would have to have a vote on it. We don't want to do that, so we decreased it 2%.
It wouldn't, now, Professor.
Well, the most important message here for our taxpayers is that the property tax rate for City of Kyle next year will be 2.3% less than this year's. So they're getting a tax rate reduction from the City of Kyle.
But not from Hayes Cad.
Well, I don't know that.
All I'm saying is, if they pay more, it's not because of the city.
Real estate.
Because otherwise they'd have to get a vote, right?
I think it would be a mandatory vote at this point.
Yes.
With the new tax
Okay.
law.
All right, if anyone has any questions, they just reach out to Scott.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's confusing.
We don't have a motion yet on this one. We want a motion on this.
I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 29.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Mayor, I'm sorry, on this one in particular, we need a roll call vote.
I thought the roll call vote was on the budget.
On the tax rate as well.
All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
roll call vote.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Coach.
Aye.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Ellison,
Aye.
Tobias,
Aye.
Bradshaw.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Now we're to agenda item 31. Rizzo, do you still want to take this up and go for it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be quick. I really had a lot to talk about on this, but I'm gonna
Let me
make it brief.
read it
'cause-
into the record real quick. Agenda item number 31, developing a smart cities initiative and creating a city council task force. Councilman Rizzo.
Okay, I think when we first brought this forward, I think it was thinking of task force, but I think I've reconsidered that since then. So what happened during conversation with Honeywell that Scott Sellers and I had was about additional funding that we could get, that Honeywell could possibly help us get from the federal government to help pay for some more watering system infrastructure. And they invited us over to meet with them. And some of the entities that would bring that forward, I know that they've reached out to PEC as well, and PEC is pretty excited about the smart city system and would like to see us move a little quickly. So I'd like to, at this time, reach out to council and have us send 3 council members to meet with them. I know that the 2 council members that have had the most questions on the Honeywell Smart City and what benefit it would be for the city is Mayor Pro Tem Rick Coach and our mayor. Sorry, I'm going in a hurry. Sorry, but I'm trying to hurry up. But yeah, and our mayor. So I would like to invite them to that meeting, and I'd like council's blessing to proceed with the meeting with Honeywell and the funding sources they're proposing.
Is that a motion?
And I guess we'll do it in a motion. And this is not a task force, just so you know. The reason I didn't want to make this a task force because I want us all to be able to reach out to Honeywell and see how great this would be for our city. So that's why I pulled back from making this into a task force. The other thing I wanted to reiterate is that our task force do expire. I know with our Heroes Memorial Park, we're now working on it, and I'd like to see it expire. If we keep our task force open past their due dates, I think that's defeating the purpose of a task force. And we keep too many task force open. We've got too many task force going at one time. So I'd like to see task force expire after a certain time. And that's one reason I didn't want to make this a task force. So at this time, I have the motion to send myself, the mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem to meet with Honeywell and their representatives. Second from Kel.
Yeah, all right. Motion from Councilman Rizzo, second from Councilman Flores Kale. You're just saying you just want us to go and meet and do the negotiation. You really want me there? You remember how hard I am on them.
I know you're real hard, and I know you've got the biggest questions, and I think that's why when I thought of this, I want your questions answered. I really think this is going to be a win for our city. I think this is something that is going to take us into the future. When we think about Kyle's core values, leading edge, I think we're going to be the leading edge for other cities. I think other cities are going to come in and see what Kyle's doing. And I'd like all those that have questions to come forward and get those questions answered.
Discussion on the motion, Councilor Ellison.
So just to make sure I understand, so your motion is to get a couple of your colleagues that you've identified already to go meet with Honeywell, but you still want the rest of us to meet with Honeywell, just not in that trio?
Yeah, just not in that initial meeting. I think the reason I'm keeping it from a task force is that I want the other council members to know that they could reach out to Honeywell at any time. It's not a task force that we're limiting council members. I feel like we're kind of limiting ourselves, and I don't want to see them limitations. I want all the council to ask questions about the smart cities that's coming forward. I think this is a great thing for our city, and I want all of us to be on board and ask Honeywell a ton of questions. This is something that Honeywell invited us to, and I know that the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem are probably been my, well, not mine, been the ones that have had the biggest questions against why we should go with Honeywell and why it would be lucrative for our city. I think that their questions could be answered in this meeting, and it's kind of why I'm inviting them to be there.
Gotcha. Well, just to clarify, the mayor and I were the only two that voted against Honeywell when they were proposed, but and then as well, we've talked before about that even if you're not on a task force, you can still reach out and ask questions and do those types of things even when there is a task force. So I guess I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference between that, but I mean, I guess if your objective is just to encourage us to reach out to Honeywell and ask questions and meet with them, but do it outside of this initial trio that you're identifying, I guess that's what the motion we're voting on?
Correct. That's correct.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Was that a nay? Councilor Nelson, sorry, just to make sure, okay. Is there, you wanted to wait on the next item? Councilor Ellison?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to postpone the next agenda item 32 to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. All right, then we're ready to go back to executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the, no, I'm sorry. Or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to section 551.071, pie in the sky contracts, and possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to section 551.072, property acquisition, convene into executive session pursuant to section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project MBA, Project SUFC, Project Deep Golden, Project Vincier.
Call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There may be action taken now. Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, this is in referencing to the Pie in the Sky Festival. With the current situation that's going on in our city and the safety and well-being for our residents and city and city staff and everybody involved, with a heavy heart, I want to make the motion, the recommendation that we cancel this year's Pie in the Sky Festival for 2021.
Second.
It's been motioned by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo that we cancel Pie Fest. Any discussion on the motion?
Mayor, I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Tobias said. This is something I was really looking forward to, having our festival, and it's really a sad day that we're not going to move forward, but we've got to take people's well-being into consideration, our staff, they're important, and this is one of the hardest votes I have to take because I really wanted to see us pass the pandemic and see us gaining our lives back. And for us to be in the situation we are right now, it's very depressing and very sad. So I'm very sad that we have to have this vote and cancel our event. Just wanted to put that out there.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We are adjourned.